Alright. Today is February 2nd, 2025. And today I'm going to hopefully beat the final boss of this game. By the way, this dating sim visual novel has a final boss. Actual literal boss battle. So that's what I'm gonna do today. I don't know if it's gonna be a very interesting stream, especially if I just get stuck on this battle the whole time, but yes, we'll see. It's like it seems very hard. It's on par with fucking Sans Undertale, you know? That's what it seems like. Hello, Ari, by the way, as well as Dragonfly. But that's the plan for today. That's what I'm gonna do. Also, I thought just a little something on my end, but basically, oh no, that's supposed to do that. Okay, I was just gonna say, because I have like a small chat window that I have, as a separate window, so I have Twitch and YouTube on the same window and everything. And something I never did actually is I guess I should like filter the bots, SighingSlider _bot, because that's what's used to relay the chat messages from one platform to the other. So it's always like a double message. So I guess I have to ignore both bots. So there's actually two bots. There's a bot on YouTube and a bot on Twitch actually. So I have to like filter both of them out. And now it should be great. At least on my end, you don't see that. So speaking of which, there was a scene, by the way, in this game that happened that actually wasn't captured, which is kind of cursed. But there was a little Easter egg where I think, because I was looking through the footage of my video, trying to get like some kind of screenshot, because I usually find a screenshot to use, when I send a post on Twitter when I start streaming, and then at the end of the stream for YouTube anyway, I like not to use a stream thumbnail until it's a VOD basically, because I prefer it to be dynamic. I think it updates as far as I can tell. I'm not sure. Anyway, hopefully it does. The stream thumbnail for YouTube, just like on Twitch, it updates automatically just based on what you're playing. What I was gonna say though, I totally forgot. Oh yeah, screenshot, right? Because I took a screenshot, because I wanted to take a screenshot rather, of the scene where during the playthrough, like a 2D image of Akari, the character, kind of slides in from the screen from the right, and it's kind of creepy. And I totally thought I was just reacting to it normally. But then when I looked for the footage, I didn't see that, and it's like, wait a minute. So it's like the effect, I guess, wasn't on the actual game capture. It must have did like a pop-up or something, I'm assuming anyway. That reminds me of spoilers, by the way. Wow, a small spoiler, but something that happened in one shot, basically, or I can't think of another game. Irisu Syndrome, maybe. Basically an effect that happens outside of the game window, which I don't see because I full screen the game. If I try to put it in windowed mode, if I put it on window mode, it just kind of doesn't work. It kind of likes the wrong resolution. I have to put it full screen, I think. Anyway, just a small thing, but basically you or the viewer just didn't see it. And it's it's funny because I saw it, but the viewer didn't see it, so it was weird. I was wondering how I'm gonna capture that then, because it's a cool Easter egg, but how am I gonna show that next time in the footage? I'm not sure. Anyway, you have a twin? I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by that, by the way. That's a weird question, I would say. It's just me? I don't know. Anyway, but this is technically the second stream of PockeDate. So, again, I'm gonna spend the whole time probably, I don't know, but probably just doing the freaking bullet hell Undertale / Toho thing of beating the final boss. There is an easy way out, or easy way out, I believe, by you know, if you lose the fight and then you simply say you ask for help, that probably makes it a lot easier. I kind of don't want to do that because I feel like that's, I don't know, it's like this is the meme, you know, Toho, like easy modo, maji, you know, it's like easy modes for babies. Anyway, and here we go. Also, I search on, I mean, I don't know, maybe I didn't search it very thoroughly. I searched on YouTube, like, PockeDate, like, final boss solo, and I didn't see anything like that, as far as I can tell. I was wondering, you know, could I be the first one? You know, I would have to cut out the commentary. I mean, I can do that. I have my audio track for my microphone and a separate, you know, audio. So technically I could do it. I can make like a video, you know, and it'll be, I don't know if anyone will know much about it. I mean, this game is not super popular as far as I can tell. In fact, I think it kind of got overshadowed by MiSide a little bit because of very similar themes. It's two different games though, I feel like. But anyway, I was gonna say though, I wonder if I could just make a video of me defeating the boss without help. You know, without relying on the assistance of the in-game mechanic to make the battle canonically easier. How about I just beat it solo? And I named the video, you know, it's like, I don't know how you name it. Like, PockeDate Final Boss Solo. Sigma Grind Set Challenge, or whatever. And it's like, you know, I just obviously just take off the commentary and just show the gameplay. Because that's usually what challenge videos are, you know, they kind of just show the gameplay without any of the, you know, anyone talking or anything. So recently, you know, one of the games I played, Mindwave, right? Mindwave, the demo anyway. The WarioWare game that I played, basically. Because I listened to the song basically on YouTube like multiple times because it's very catchy. The YouTube algorithm also recommended me like a bunch of other Mindwave content, and a very common theme I saw was actually like a challenge video as well, beating that like WarioWare stage, like Abby's like WarioWare stage, without closing any pop-ups or something like that, right? So that's what that reminds me of, you know, just like, I don't know, just like intentionally just making it harder than it needs to be. That's the idea, you know? So like trying to beat this stage without using the health function, if possible. Now again, like the beginning part is not too hard, but like once she starts doing, yeah, multiple patterns, it's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Gosh. I just have to get better, I don't know. Also, hello, Tailgater, by the way. I'm just fighting Shadow Akari. The true self. Persona. Oh my god. I mean, at least you get more than one life, but... pretty much a loss at this point. There's no way I can survive one health the whole time. You know, would it be funny, by the way, if I spend all this time trying to fight the boss? I've noticed that sometimes you can actually miss, so like I wonder like if you actually deplete the health bar all the way down, you just lose anyway or something. I don't know. That would really that would be very upsetting. But I guess we'll see. I don't know. Assuming that we'll see. I don't know if I can beat this boss, but like today, or at least, you know, within like a few hours. I'm assuming I'll spend the whole day doing this, but this one's hard for some reason. I go down, up, down a little bit, and up again. Oh, that was weird. It's not. You have to do that one as well when she's shooting other like bullets. That's when it gets really hard, like this, exactly like this. Oh my god! It's what makes you deliciously easy to break. Great. There are others. No, I don't play multiplayer. I play single player only. There we go again. Again, presumably, if I am able to do this, I can like make it like a little own little video. I don't know if anybody would watch it, but like it'll be a challenge video. It'll be like gameplay challenge. The thumbnail will be like Akari saying like, you know, do you want some help? And then I'll put a big red circle on no, and then I put a picture of GigaChat or something. I don't know. GigaChat or I don't know. I mean, I'm not up to date with all the memes. And it's actually a pretty old meme, relatively, for the internet anyway. Like for like the Sigma male whatever, is it like a GigaChat or is it like a different image? I'm not sure, because Sigma is like it's an offshoot of like Alpha, which like its whole thing, because people somehow attributed like an incorrect research study on like woes, basically, which turns out was flawed. But like the hierarchy of like woes, of like alphas, betas, or whatever. This is an alpha, which is the leader, beta, and this is the beta, and they are the you know, they are the followers or whatever of the pack. But as it turns out, you know, for one, it was captive woes, which are different from wild woes. You know, they tend to have different behaviors in terms, like, just in general, the animals. You know, they tend to have different behaviors if they're like if they're born in the wild and live in the wild versus, you know, being in an enclosure, I imagine. I don't know if they were in an enclosure. I don't know the context of, you know, captive woes are. Like, do they live in like a ranch? I don't know how that works. But anyway, now and not only that, turns out, as far as I understand, as it turns out, alpha and beta, the distinction isn't actually based on dominance or submissiveness. It was actually based on family. The alphas were just mom and dad, and the betas were just the kids. So that's the relationship. It wasn't really like based on like, you know, I'm the strong alpha, I'm gonna beat you up and become the leader of the pack. You know, that's just all made up. But somehow people like found that, I don't know, like it justifies how the relationships work in real life, I guess. And so they use that as like a way to attribute like human behavior, kind of like horoscopes, where like it's just all made up, not based on anything really. But, you know, it became like a thing, and some people took it too seriously, and it became kind of like a joke now. It's like ironic. But then people started using the other alphabet, because the alpha beta thing is from the Greek alphabet, as far as I remember, right? And I think the military even uses it to like, you know, like certain things. I mean, you see it all the time in video games, you know, like alpha team, beta team, you know, zeta team, or whatever. Omega team, something like that. Go, go, go. But, you know, then people start using the word sigma, which I don't know where that comes from. Does it just mean S? You know, like alpha means A, B, beta means B, really. Again, I don't know. Does it come from the Greek alphabet? It's something to do with the Greek alphabet. But, you know, people started using like random words in the Greek alphabet, like sigma, and now sigma has become their own thing. And then, you know, again, like a horoscope, you know, they just make up something that means sigma. And I think sigma just means like, supposedly, based on nothing, by the way, it just means like, you're like an alpha, except, you know, you're like a lone wolf or whatever. Like, you're like the main character. You're the protagonist, you know? You're like Sasuke. You do whatever you want or whatever is the idea. Sigma. Which is, again, makes no sense. It's just horoscopes. For men, usually. Usually men. I mean, as far as I can tell, I don't see ladies talking about alphas and betas that much. Mostly guys that, if they get into that, is usually where it comes from. I don't know. Sigma male grind set. But that's the idea. If I were to beat this boss, I will call it that. I will call it the Sigma male challenge, where I simply reject help and just do it myself. I don't need anyone. I'm a strong, independent Sigma male who needs no anime girl, I guess, or something like that. Anyway, it's just gonna be me rambling the whole time for like 4 hours as I lose this boss fight over and over again. I mean, assuming if I actually win the boss fight early, I guess I'll do something else. But I think I have like one game. Might take like 1.5 hours. There was like one more game I wanted to play actually. It was called Demonio. Actually, well, when I spun the wheel, I think last week, I actually landed on it, but you know, I didn't have enough time to actually play it, so I just put it in the back burner for now. I also don't have like a good list of short games to play anymore. I played, you know, all the games I wanted to play, really, and there isn't, at least as far as I can tell, nothing interesting that I wanted to play anymore in terms of like shorter games anyway that only take an hour or so. So, you know, I didn't have any like plans on playing Demonio. Did I pronounce it? I think it's Spanish. I don't know. I think it just means demon. Maybe. Assumedly. Okay, I feel like I'm getting better at the, you know, the particular pattern where it's like a bunch of bullets coming from left to right. No, this one, for some reason, always gets me. Well. Okay, do that. Well, if we go back and forth, it's easy, but I guess I feel like sometimes you have to, you know, because she sometimes also does the machine gun, you know, heavy machine gun, you know, like Metal Slug, heavy machine gun. She does the heavy machine gun attack as well. Oof, damn it. So you can't just go up and down, left and right, you know, you have to keep going one direction. One way. Bottle. Again, I think attacking, again, there's other options. I never really tried running away, but I imagine running away doesn't do anything, because why would you run away? You don't really win if you run away. And guarding, you know, it just doesn't seem worth it, because really it's not guarding, it's like boost attack. But like you waste time just boosting attack when you should just be attacking anyway. And it's not worth it. It's additive rather than, you know, multiplicative, I guess. Is that the right word? Multiplicative? And also, like, you also lose the damage boost if you get hit once, so it's kind of risky as well. So it's just not worth it, you know? The reward is just not worth the risk. Usually the reward is... Usually if something is high risk, it should have high reward, but this one is just high risk and no reward, actually. Negative reward. So what's the point? It's just attack, really. I feel like the only maybe time it's worth it is like if you somehow like miss your attack. Technically, it's worth more if you actually land the next hit with more damage, but I don't know. I just feel like it's not worth it usually. Pam 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 pam. Oh, whoop whoop whoop. Yeah, this just reminds me of well, actually, it reminds me of two things. It reminds me of, like, MMORPGs. You know, like, MMORPGs. Which I didn't really play a lot in that era. But, like particularly, like, 3D ones. With, like, big MMO raids. Where people fight a big boss. And the big boss has, like, very, like... I don't know, like... very predictable patterns. And then they summon, like, do a big AoE, you know. And there's a big red circle underneath your character. And now you gotta move, you know. It's like... And that's kind of it. And also very laggy too, because usually in a big raid, it's like a lot of people connected to like a server, and like sometimes it glitches out and it's like it's annoying. Anyway, not that I play a lot of those type of MMOs, but I play a lot of games that have similar mechanics to that. I think, at least I don't know, I can't think. Was there a game like that I played? I don't really remember. Was it Spiral Knights? Spiral Knights maybe had a similar mechanic, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. You know, it's like a way to like add some action gameplay to a usually, you know, for MMORPGs, they're not very action orientated. They just really, you just gotta get your numbers go up. Really, it doesn't take a lot of skill except maybe like making sure you have the right hotkeys. You press the hotkeys the right time, I guess. I find that kind of gameplay annoying. It's a lot like hero shooters, you know, like Overwatch and what is it right now? Marvel Rivals, whatever. I don't like that kind of gameplay where you like gotta pay attention to your cooldowns the whole time. It's like, and then to like really optimize, you have to pay attention to the opponent's cooldown too. And it's like, I don't know, I hate counting, I guess. I'd rather my character do something that's based on my own physical skill rather than like pressing buttons at the right time. I don't know. Ironic because I do like rhythm games, but I don't know, it just feels different. Same with MOBAs. Yeah, MOBAs are exactly that, you know? It's all about like making sure you have your skills off cooldown and then you press the buttons correctly. And then also make sure you have the right equipment. You know, that's the part that really irks me the most actually with MOBAs. Well, one of the things that irks me the most, but besides everything else about it, it's the fact that, yeah, you gotta pay attention to equipment, you know, like, so you gotta use this equipment for this character, but make sure if the opponent has this equipment, you also have to counter with this one, and it's like, there's too many choices. Like, I need to spend some time, like, you know, figure out, okay, what are the passives here, what does this sword do? Does it give me, like, HP, lifesteal? Okay, then, well, what about this wall? Does more damage? And it's like, you know, but you have to do that within, like, a small amount of time, because you can't just spend all day at the base figuring out, well, which weapon to use for your character. Or whatever. But like, that's annoying because it's very stressful. I can't think of like how to use which item to counter that item. It's like, I don't know. So to me, that's really annoying. And part of the reason I don't like MOBAs is you just feel like so strapped for time, you know? And how are you supposed to like know how to like know every little detail in such a short amount of time? And of course, you can use like a recommended, you know, default recommended item, but like that's never efficient. Basically. Oh, what the heck? Another loss. I'm starting to think you enjoy this. You don't, but you're not alone. No, I am. Battle. Here we go again. Yeah, it gets really hard when she does like two patterns at once. I don't know. I guess I gotta practice like pretending that she's going to do that one, you know, move on every other pattern basically. So make sure you gotta move left and right. Like instead of going back and forth, because I can't do that, you have to like move in one direction. Just get practice doing that over and over. Now, it will really suck if she does 3 patterns at once. Like, how would that even work? That you would just die, I feel like. Anyway, again, I do wish, I said before, but I wish you could like manipulate your speed some more. Like, I wish there was like a slowdown ability where you slow down your movement, but I can't seem to. I mean, the game doesn't tell me if I can do that or not, so I don't know if it exists. Also, ow. What the heck? Anyway, again, this is me rambling today, so also talking about something about like Overwatch, and now I don't like Overwatch. And I don't like cooldown skills. Oh yeah, because it reminded me of the MMO like RPG, like red circle AoE attack that you have to move away from. What it also reminded me of actually was a game I played recently was Awaria. It's the game made by Van Ripper, the person who made Helltaker. I played that recently as well. That also had like a final boss, at least on hard mode, because I want to also be on hard mode for the, you know, extra Easter egg art book basically. So I spent a long time doing that too. That was also like a boss fight that I spent too long doing. But it also had like the final boss also had a move where like it's a big red circle like this, and you have to like move away from it. That's what it reminds me of. Back in my day, you didn't have a big red circle. You just simply, you know, it's simply just a giant meteor or something. You have to move. You just simply have to move away from the shadow. You know, no big red circle. Kids these days, so spoiled. No, oh, this again. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I hate that one. Maybe I should go right, maybe? Like move away from the projectile rather than like Oh, really? No. Here we go again. Game by Turnox or whatever. What's his name? What's his name again? I already forgot. Also, Shadow Akari looks like she has eyeballs on her boobs. Is that just me? That's what it looks like. Yeah. Is that intentional? I'm not sure. You know, generally speaking, you're not supposed to look at a woman's boobs. You know, they're like a joke, a very common cliche joke. You know, eyes up here. But as it turns out, maybe you should be looking at her boobs because that's where her other eyes are. You know? What if the lady has eyes on her boobs? Where do you stare then? Huh? Anyway, yeah, gotta pretend that there's a machine gun bullet pattern as well. Remember that. Machine gun, heavy machine gun. If only there was a way to increase my damage by upgrading my weapon or something. What if I spend some time lifting weights, increasing my strength? I don't know. Well, probably to do more damage is to accept, you know, the other Akari's help. But I don't want that. You know, if it was like... it's funny. If the game, instead of saying like, do you want help from other people? I'm like, no. But it's like, do you want to upgrade your weapon or whatever? And it's like, I would say yes. Because, you know, in that context, even if it's mechanically the same, it's just that in that context, it means that I'm stronger. I'm not relying on other people to carry the game for me, you know? I still need to get the feeling that I did it myself. Because I'm a Souls player, I guess. Which is why I have this, again, it's all arbitrary, I guess. But in the context of Souls games, I don't, at least on first playthroughs, I don't like to use summons or use like other players or, you know, use any extra help where like it, you know, it's not just your own character versus the boss. But I will upgrade my weapon, and I guess, you know, sometimes people, and I mentioned before, but like, you know, sometimes people say, oh, you know, you can't use summons, oh, I guess you can't upgrade your weapon, I guess you can't press the dodge button either, or even use a controller, you have to use your, you know, Guitar Hero controller or whatever. They always say that, where like, you know, because you tell them like, you know, summoning makes the boss too easy, they're like, okay, fine, I guess I can't use anything then. It's like, oh, it's like, as if every other mechanic in the game is as equivalent as summoning. And I ranted about this before, but basically summoning in Souls games anyway, like having another person or NPC, you know, draw the aggro of a boss fight, it just breaks the fight, you know? It just doesn't, the game doesn't account for that, really, usually. It just changed the fight to something completely different, in my opinion. Everything else is fine for the most part, except maybe, I don't know, like shooting spells from very long distance, or like a cheese strategy where you like one-shot the boss by like, you know, maxing out its bleed thing. But I don't know, whatever. Generally speaking though, everything else is fine. You know, it's just that one mechanic where it does change the fight fundamentally, is what I have a problem with. Not about like whether making the game harder or easier, like as a binary choice, you know, like it's whether this or that. It's just, you know, it just doesn't, the game, the Souls games from Software, the developer, they're just really bad at designing cooperative type games, I feel like, you know? So it's not meant to be played as co-op, I feel like, in my opinion. This is not meant for it. Again, at least on the first playthrough. The second playthrough is fine. If you're just messing around, you know, if you don't really want to play the game, then fine. Like, if you really want to enjoy Souls games as intended, the way it's, you know, properly designed, the way it was best designed, then you would play it solo, usually, you know? You can play it co-op, but like, I feel like it's more, it was meant to be like a bonus feature. I mean, originally, even in Demon Souls, I believe the whole multiplayer aspect even wasn't really all that fleshed out. It was just like a bonus, really. They added it just because, you know? So ever since then, they just added the multiplayer aspect, just tacked on, and it wasn't meant to be that fleshed out, really. So since then, they try to add, you know, other kind of features to make it more appealing, you know? But for the most part, it was just like a little bonus, you know? In fact, there was that one boss fight, I believe, in Demon Souls, which I never played Demon Souls, but I got spoiled, obviously. There's a boss fight in Demon Souls where, you know, you could do like a PvP scenario where the boss would be the player. A player would be like controlling the boss and all that, and that's just a neat little gimmick, you know? Again, not really the main core of the game. It's just a bonus, not meant to be like meant to be played like as a co-op campaign, you know? And that's why, like, in Souls games, you know, people always complain about this, and there's like mods for it, I guess, but people always complain, like, for Souls games that they want to play with my friend. I want to play with my friend. And but you can't do that, really, because every time you defeat a boss, for example, in Souls games, in Elden Ring, your summon goes away. The idea is that, you know, you're supposed to just fight a boss or like go through a area with like a random stranger, and that's the idea, like just for a little bit for some jolly cooperation. But after then they leave. They're not supposed to stick around the whole time. It's not meant to be like a two-player game where you're supposed to have your buddy with you the whole time. You know, that's not how that works. It kind of goes against the tone of the game, really. We're supposed to be like a lonely world. I mean, especially in Dark Souls 1. Maybe less so in Elden Ring, but in Dark Souls 1, fundamentally, it was supposed to be like this thing where it's a super lonely world where, you know, everybody's freaking dead or zombie. And sometimes you meet some NPCs here and there, but they're also on the brink of insanity. And that's the idea. It's a dark fantasy where everything kind of sucks, you know? But you're not supposed to have your best buddy with you the whole time, you know? It's supposed to be like depressing. That's the whole point. That's why it's called Dark Souls. It's dark. At least that's my opinion anyway. Again, people play whatever game they want, I guess, and play however they want, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like it's like not enjoying like a food, I guess, the best way it could be enjoyed. You know, it's as if you're like eating sushi, but like you're eating it weird by like just taking out all the fish or something and just separating the seaweed and the rice and just mashing it up and then just eating it like that with your hands or something. Like, you can do that, I guess, but like that's not the best way to enjoy sushi, you know? Oh. Anyway, again, I'm just rambling. That's my PB, by the way, personal best. I think. You see the HP on the left? Well, most of the game is meant to be an affection meter, but... oh, damn it. Oh, of course, I jinxed it. Only at 1 health anyway, so I was expecting to die soon. Drink some water, actually. How long has it been? It hasn't been a half an hour. Ugh. Here we go again. What was I talking about? Something about like Soul games, I guess. I was gonna mention as well, in Elden Ring, actually, they are releasing some kind of like game mode. It hasn't come out yet. Apparently there was a network test that is for consoles only, I believe, so I can't play it, but they are actually designing a game that is meant for co-op, actually. Co-op, and I don't know if it's PvP, but at the very least, you know, it seems to be like involving other players more. So that's when it's like proper, when it's like actually designed around co-op. Maybe it will be better in that sense. What do you call this genre, by the way? I'm not sure. I mean, it's just fast music? It's fast. Fast, dance music? I'm not sure what you call it. It does go boosh, 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 you know, I don't know how to do it with my mouth. Like boom, 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 like dubstep sort of, but not really dubstep. It's not called dubstep necessarily. But techno, I guess. Techno music? Something something like that. All right. I've already lost I've already ran out of topics to talk about. You know, this is why I don't do a lot of rambling streams though. Because if I have to force myself to talk for like 4 hours about anything, you know, without like any kind of like something to bounce off of, you know, usually like a video game I'm playing. But obviously if I'm just doing this boss fight the whole time, it's all I have. This is all the content I have, so I don't know what to talk about. I don't know. I mean, recently I've been playing a little bit of, I don't know, for some reason I have like I always do this off screen, but I have a bit of a grand strategy itch sometimes I have to scratch. I don't know, like, you know, games like Civilization, like 4X games basically, Hearts of Iron 4, Stellaris, stuff like that. I always just kind of play a little bit off screen. For some reason, it's just gonna itch to like control like an empire and then take over the world. I don't know. Is it just me? But recently, I've been playing a little bit of Age of Wonders 4, which I didn't know existed. I always mix it up with Age of Empires, I think, or like another like an RTS game, which I don't like RTS games that much usually. But there's a game called Age of Wonders, which is interesting because it's basically like a 4X strategy game. You know, again, like think of like Civilization. I think that's the most famous one, I think. But it's like it's a fantasy instead, the medieval fantasy setting, kind of like Warhammer, like Warhammer fantasy. Not the space one, because there's actually two kinds of Warhammer universes. There's the one that's Warhammer 40k, which is, I feel like, at least to me, more iconic because, you know, it's the one that takes place in space and everything in the far future, and you have to like serve the emperor, you know, and purge heresy and all that. Recently has a lot of like games made for it, because I believe it, you know, it licenses IP to other developers, I believe. But anyway, but you know, there's like Warhammer Fantasy as well, and that's what it reminds me of. You know, it's like this medieval fantasy setting, but it's made by Paradox Interactive, which is the same people who made like, you know, Hearts of Iron, I believe, and Crusader Kings, and Stellaris. Stellaris in particular, I actually spent a lot of time in off screen actually. Never played on the channel again because it's kind of like, most of the time it's kind of boring though, is the problem. I don't know, maybe some people can make it interesting, but like I'm just mediocre at it, and I don't know how interesting I can make it, you know, because a lot of the time you're just spending time like, you know, like building the economy, you know, you just like pressing the buttons to make your city grow a farm, you know, and moving your units around. So like, I don't know if that's all that interesting, especially because it takes so long to like finish a campaign. Well, depending how fast you want to make it, I guess. But I don't know. I'd rather just take my time and enjoy it off screen. Anyway, Age of Wonders 4 though, because the reason I wanted to play it because I was like, you know, I have an itch for like a 4X game. I already played like Stellaris like 100 hours already at this point. Maybe not 100 hours, but several hours probably. I played like a lot of Total War, Warhammer. There's like 2 sequels at this point. There's like Total War Warhammer 3. I never bought it. I mean, it's too expensive for one. And it's like, I don't know. It's just more of the same, really. There's more like factions and all that, but like it's more of the same. I wasn't really interested in doing that. And Civilization, again, very iconic game, but I don't know, something about Civilization doesn't really appeal to me. I played it, I think one of Civilization, was it 4 or 5? It was like free at some point on the Epic Games Store or whatever, so I gave it a shot, and it's okay. It's one of those games where like, you definitely spend a long time, like first time you play it, you know, you start up a new scenario, you play as like, I don't know, random faction. I probably picked Japan or something, you know, because I'm a weeb. But you know, and then you make your city, and then you press all the things, and like, oh no, oh, I can create the division of labor. You know, you research technologies and all that. And then finally you like make a nuke, and then you nuke somebody. It's like boom, you know, which doesn't actually do much in Civilization. It just makes all the factions hate you and like just destroys the city sort of, but like it doesn't really help you that much. Maybe it's like a analogy for real life. I don't know, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, Civilization though, it's like it's alright, but I don't know, something about it doesn't feel all that interesting to me. I think it's because like even though it's like historical and all that, it also feels like a little bit how do you say, immersion breaking, because it tends to be like a lot of the leaders that you see in Civilization, they just kind of live forever for some reason. Like Gandhi just lives forever. He's like immortal. I don't know. Gandhi's just there the whole time. So it feels like a board game in a way, where like it's not very historical, I guess, if that makes sense. Like it doesn't feel all that deep, you know. But it is addicting. You always end up playing, like, you choose a faction, and yeah, I was gonna say, like, you choose a faction, you play, and you end up, like, playing all night, and whoops, the sun went up, and it's like, wait, one more turn, you know? I do understand that. But anyway, what I want to really say, though, is you know, I want to play something new, basically. So I saw, like, oh, Age of Wonders. You know, I never heard of this game before. Let me try it out. And so I got Age of Wonders 4, I think. And what was interesting, you know, is just like Stellaris, I believe, you can actually make your own faction, which is pretty cool. I don't have all the DLCs. I just have the base game, but it's interesting, you know. Like, you know, even though I don't have as much options, it's still pretty interesting because you can make whatever faction you want. You know, you want to make an orc faction, you want to make like a, you know, normal human faction, you'll make like a weird necromancer vampire faction sort of. You can do that. I think the faction I made, I wanted to make like a dark evil empire faction at first, but then I ended up just playing a good guy. I don't know, ironically I chose all like the dark evil powers. I made like a shadow faction with like death knights and all that. I turned everybody into like a skeleton at some point, but then I end up not really like being evil that much, because I'm like, wait a minute, why would I just be evil when I could just be good and also just make more money? I don't know, like the in-game mechanics, I think like rewards you way too much for being a good guy. So I just ended up being a good guy. I don't know. You had to be like intentionally evil in that game in order to like shift your alignment, which is a thing, I believe, by the way. When I say good and evil, I mean like literally that's the mechanic in the game. Just like in Dungeons and Dragons, I guess, or at least before 5th edition, or like, you know, early Dungeons and Dragons, when good and evil is actually like a thing. Not just like a morality thing, but like it's a how do you say, it's a physical, is that the right word? I'm not sure if physical is the right word, but like, you know, an actual thing that actually gives you benefits and passes and bonuses and all that. But that's what I've been playing off screen, basically. All I really wanted to say. And it's interesting. I mean, just like a lot of 4X games, you know, just playing like a random faction, you spin up a world. I played just a custom scenario where I just have a little basic world with a bunch of factions in it. And like, I don't know, something about that is just interesting to me. I get burned out on it, but you know, what I like about it is like, it just feels like a living world, you know? You just kind of like, it kind of exists as like a random country, basically. And then there's all these other countries, and they're like doing stuff, and then you're doing things. It's like politics, you know? You gotta make friends, and you gotta make enemies. Something about that is just kind of fun. When it's not real life. You know, politics is fun when it's not real life. Because, you know, because then you can just mess up the entire world however you want. You know, and then there's no real life consequences for that. The only thing I kind of, no, don't hate, but I find kind of not that interesting in Age of Wonders 4 is definitely the combat though. It's more involved in Civilization. You know, in Civilization, you can make like a tank. You know, you pick a bunch of tanks and then you move it towards like some random, you know, like warriors, you know, that have like sword and shield, and then but they just play a little animation and then boom, 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 and that's it. You know. Sometimes in Civilization, even if you have giant tanks and then you move it towards like a group of warriors that have like sticks and stones, you know, somehow they still live, by the way, and they still somehow destroy a tank. I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure. But anyway, I was gonna say though, the Age of Wonders 4 combat is kind of like turn-based, grid-based combat. It's like you move your units around. It's like okay, but not that interesting to me. But at least more involved, you know, more involved than just simply like moving some units around on the world map and just watching them do stuff. Less involved than Total War games though. Total War games are awesome because you can actually control your army like on the battlefield. You can maneuver them around and actually like do flanking attacks, you know, in real time. It's almost like a real war simulator, though I've heard that from actual experts anyway, it's not how war actually works, at least in, you know, in medieval times. But, you know, it's close enough compared to a lot of other, like, depictions of how medieval war looks like, you know? Where there's actual, like, formations and, like, strategy, flanking maneuvers and stuff like that. Defensive formations. Unlike in movies, in most movies, when they ever depict, like, war, especially like medieval fantasy war, it's just like a bunch of people, they gather up in a line, and then the other like team also gathers up in a line. It's like a football, you know, and they just kind of like crash into each other. I don't think that's how it works. I mean, it's kind of how it works, sort of, but like there's a little bit more thought to tactics, you know. It's not like Dynasty Warriors where everybody just stands around and it's just a big blob and they just have to fight each other. Like they duel each other, 1v1, you know, randomly on the battlefield. That's not how it works usually. I mean, probably can happen, but if it does happen, that's kind of like the last resort, you know. The initial plan for like a lot of medieval wars is to have like a proper formation, have battle lines, you know, and like ranged attackers in proper positions and all that. And to also like, well, something that's not depicted in the Total War games is actually like rotation as well. When people fight in like a formation, when they get tired or injured, they actually like rotate their soldiers. But obviously that's probably hard to like simulate in a video game, maybe? I don't know. Sans Undertale. You know, that's what I should name the video. If I show a clip of presumably me defeating the boss, if that happens, it'll be like Sans Undertale. A boss harder than Sans Undertale. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, it's about equivalent. You know, you have more space to move. You know, in Undertale, the space that you move your heart in is like a lot smaller. You also can heal though in Undertale. At least. Can't heal. Ow! You can't heal in this fight. You have 5 hits and that's it. Is it 5 hits or 6 hits? Actually, I can't remember. It's 5 hits. Oh no! I hate this one. Okay. Survived. Yo, 3 points of damage. Okay, what if I just stand still? I win by doing nothing. Be careful. Okay, I hate this one again. Oh no, what? Oh, come on. ironic. I felt like there was already 2 times where I did. There was one time I was really close to the bullet and I thought I would get hit, but I didn't get it. And then once I moved, I got hit anyway. Oh my god, I hate this. Ah. No. I disagree. Battle. Here we go again. You deal 3 points of damage. Wow, amazing. What if I want to deal more than that? Why can't I deal more than that? Why can't I simply punch the computer screen with my real-life fists and do more damage? Also, I wonder what the... I don't know, I was just gonna say, like, I wonder what's the inspiration of the developer turning this into like a bullet hell fight? I'm not sure. They do make a lot of references to other pieces of media, like anime and other video games, especially when Akari reads your Steam library. Again, kind of reminds me of Nier Automata, I guess. I wonder if it's directly inspired by Nier Automata? I'm not sure. But because there was a very, very similar scenario that happens at the end of Nier Automata. I think I already spoiled it too much, but, you know, basically, a very similar thing happens. So, I wonder if it's because of that? I'm not sure. Thirsty, but I have to continue fighting. Actually, I could just take a break here. Oh, let me just take a water. Drink some water. Alright. You know what this also reminds me of is, I guess, I mean, the context of the story anyway. I'm assuming the shadow, you know, the shadow boss that's attacking us is the, you know, the deleted memories, obviously, from our previous playthrough. Once we got all the, you know, all the unforgettable memories and all that, and then there's a scene where she's like so sad, and then we delete her and like, haha, you know. Not haha, but, you know. But very similar to DDLC, you know, and all that. Well, obviously, the deleted memories, turns out they're not deleted. Did we just... Well, it's funny. Did we just put it in the recycle bin, you know? Because if you put it in the recycle bin, it's still on your hard drive. Or actually, and even that, actually, even if you do, like, delete it from your recycle bin, when you delete, like, a file, all it really does is tells your hard drive, or, you know, SSD or whatever, that, you know, portion of the data is now ready to be rewritten, you know, to be overwritten by other pieces of data. But technically it's still there. Especially if it's something that you recently deleted, it might still actually exist, you know, so I think that's how it works. But I'm guessing that's the idea. It's like, even though you deleted whatever memory she had, they still kind of exist in a corrupted form, which kind of makes sense from like an IT perspective, you know, from like a technical perspective, assuming she's like a weird personality thing that was uploaded into computer software. That's the idea. Kind of reminds me of... I mean, it reminds me of VTuber, actually. Probably the first VTuber that... Well, technically not the first VTuber I ever watched, but the first VTuber I really got into was Noro-sama. You know, Vito97, I believe. I remember watching Nuro-sama when she was still playing Osu, you know? At first it was just like a AI VTuber that just plays Osu, then it became something more. And that's how I got into VTubers in general. Because I wasn't really into much of a VTuber. Ironically, I've never been too much into VTubers when it was like first a thing as a big like fad, I guess. Though it's not really a fad at this point, I guess. But you know, anime girl, you know, or streamer pretending to be an anime girl, you know, like a thing. I was just never into it. But then I saw AI VTuber. For some reason, that was more appealing to me, I guess. Because it's like more like Miku Hatsune, you know. I like Miku Hatsune and all that. It's not exactly the same, obviously, but it's what's the word? It conjures a very similar idea, I guess, of like, rather than just someone pretending to be an anime girl, it's a real anime girl, you know, as in it's like controlled by a robot, but you know, anime is real, basically. Oh, I almost got hit. That reminds me of that, and there's kind of like, it's probably not how it actually works, but the idea is that for multiple times throughout Nuro-sama's career, I guess, the developer, Vedo, I guess technically it's supposed to be pronounced Vedo, but he often like resets her AI, and often obviously has to turn off her AI, which is really just a collection of AIs, you know, text-to-speech, chatbot, large language model, I believe is what it's called. Do you call it like LLM? Is kind of like a large language model, is what it's called, which also interacts with like other pieces of like software, allows her to like interact with other video games and all that, and other software. Anyway, but the idea is that the developer Vedo always turns off Nuro-sama and like resets her sometimes because she probably has a memory leak or something. I'm not sure. I don't know why like LLMs like glitch for some reason, but like ChatGPT, you know, for example, just for some reason just stops working. But he often has to reset her, and then, you know, and then she comes back and is like, hello, you know, it's like, and she's like, good morning, as if she died, you know, because what happens when you reset like an AI like that, technically she loses consciousness, so it's kind of like death, you know, in a way. And it's always like, obviously it's really just it's just a technical, I don't know what we call it, like it's not really a bug, but like it's just like the limitation, I guess, the technical limitations of AI, and how like memory is like hard to like really quantify, I guess, as a large language model. But it's always spun, you know, at least in the community, spun in a way as if she died, or, you know, as if she lost all her memories, because he always has memory problems, can't remember anything that's happened like 2 days ago, usually. No, supposedly it's been improving. But that's often the case with any kind of like chatbot. That, you know, you tell them about something that happened yesterday, and then tell them to remember it the next day. They often don't really remember it unless it's really in their recent memory, or like it's a prompt, you know, that tells them that yes, I remember this, you know, or whatever. But it reminds me of that, you know, how like you delete those memories, you delete the consciousness of an AI, but somehow they kind of still exist, sort of, in a very fragmented way, you know? At least that's a very like romantic, I guess, way to see it. Again, I guess romance, not really like love romance, but like, you know, I don't know what the word is, but like a very like human way to see it. But obviously not how computers work, but, you know, it's just a very human way to see it. It's as if, you know, her memories get reset, but like it's still kind of there, sort of. It gets corrupted. That's the idea, and that's what it reminds me of. If that made any sense at all, I'm not sure. But basically, Shadow Akari reminds me of Nuro-sama in the sense that it's her dark memories, you know, coming to bite us in the ass. You try to delete her, but you can't. She overwrit your like admin privileges. And now you must fight her in a bullet hell game, I guess. I mean, this could be set up as like a Neuro fan game, actually. There's like at least 2 game jams at this point about Neurosama. I always see that, by the way. There's a lot, not just Neurosama, but also just VTubers in general. When I browse itch.io, but I always like to say itch.io. There's a lot of like games that look really good, but like they're based on VTubers, which I don't know. So like I don't know if I want to play them because I'm like I probably won't get all the references, you know? Too specific. But there's a lot of like good, seemingly like very high quality, high effort games that are just based on VTubers. A very common thing, I feel like. I deal 3 points of damage. Wow, amazing. Tell me something I don't know. This is gonna take a while. This is gonna take a while. I really gotta get better at dodging the double moves. The ones where he shoots like a pattern at the same time other patterns are happening. I just want more practice of that, really. So all of this is just warm up for the real fight. The real fight is when she shoots bullets while this is happening. I gotta pretend that there's bullets. I mean, that's not so bad because I don't know. That move is like it can be super easy or super hard depending on where the freaking lines go. Something like that. Again, I'm pretending that there's a machine gun bullet pattern that tracks you, so trying to like get into that headspace. Like boom, 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 boom. It's gonna be like a thing following me. Do 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 do. Ratatata. Mish. See? Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh my god. I don't know why I instinctively go left. I should really go right because if I go with the bullet patterns, I mean, I don't know if it helps, but if I go with it, you know, I have more time to actually react. I pretty much lost all my health there, by the way, which sucks. I just go left for some reason. I always instinctively go left. Go right instead. Unless the bullets come from the right, but I actually never seen them come from the right, actually, so... I always like 1 health. 1 HP away from death. Okay, I can pretend that there's a bullet. Machine gun fire. Suppressing fire! Oh, hey, what the heck is supposed to do that? Like, that's just death, you know? Like, how do you dodge that when it's like 2 bars just coming right at you? Is a very small space to dodge. I don't know if there was a wizard to survive that, really. It looked too small for your little heart to go through. Interesting. You know, there's like, what do you call this? Kind of like a shotgun pattern? I'm not sure, like spray and pray pattern that she does. Actually, she also does the machine gun one. Or, you know, the tracking shots. On top of the spread shots. Never noticed that, actually. Until recently. Because the last time she did that pattern with the spray and pray, I guess, it also kind of tracked me, so I guess she does combine that. It's hard to tell because there's a lot of bullets happening all at once. Yeah, sometimes she does this, but also attracts you. Something to pay attention to, I guess. And also remember. Yeah, here, see? He's also shooting me at the same time. Or rather, I mean, she is shooting general, but like, also tracking you. Not just random, it turns out. Miss! Again? Come on. Oh, what? Oh, come on. Unnecessary damage. This gets to the point where it's like any kind of hard boss fight. It's like once you get hit by like the easy moves, you get really pissed off because you're like, well, then I'm not gonna have as much time to really, not as much chances to really absorb all the harder, complicated patterns. You know, if you get damaged too early in the fights. Go to the right. Let's just keep going right because I want to practice right. I don't know. Does she do what's that pattern? Like a flower? Does she do the flower pattern and the tracking shots too? I'm not sure. Come on, hit her. What? Why am I missing so much? Well, this is just BS. Oh, really? Oh, come on. Almost did without getting hit. I feel like I was gonna say I mean, I got hit anyway, but I was thinking I feel like the secret there is just to move with the bullets. So always go right, generally speaking. Right is might. Go right. Because if you go against the bullets, you have less time to react. Because you're, you know, decreasing the time that the bullet might hit you. You always go right, and just get in the habit of that, unless bullets ever come from the left, I guess, or rather, yeah, from the right, rather, yeah. If bullets ever come from the right, then it will mess up my muscle memory. Bam 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 boom bam beam bam boom bam beam bam. Come on, hit her! Why am I? Why is so much missing? Okay, the flower pattern plus this one sucks. Okay, well, survived at least. Again! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's too hard. It's hard to tell which spot is safe because you have to pay attention to the lines from the left and right, but also from the flower pattern coming from above. You have to like become a, I don't know, lizard? What's the type of lizard? Do all lizards have this? But you know, the lizard, chameleon, I think? A gecko? Or is it just chameleon? You know, the one where you like, where they can move their eyeballs independently of each other. You know, you gotta do that. How long have I been doing this? About an hour. I'm already exhausted. My brain hurts. But I've gotten close like a few times at least. To the point where the screen turns all gray, you know? Oh my god. Oh, there's that. Shadow Akari's move. He just does this. Screw you, Shadow Akari. Screw you. I am freaking missing. Attack! Hello, cats, by the way. I'm just continuing this boss fight without any help. Because... I don't know. Because I'm full of hatred. I guess. But I must humiliate Akari. by destroying her without any external assistance to prove to her that she's pathetic. Even though I'm dying like 500 million times, but you know. Oh my god. I need to not be getting hit from those easier patterns. Because I really gotta learn the ones where, yeah, like this one for example, where you gotta learn it, trying to figure out moves that when she do like multiple patterns at once. I keep saying that. Those are the ones that you pay attention to. This one too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah. You know, how can I like just no clip out of the box? That'll be great. No clip out of the window, so she can't shoot me. I'm still trying to do it without any help. Yep. Because easy mode is for babies, you know. Easy modo e maji. Yeah, that one's okay, seems like. I say so far. It's just the one that comes from left to right. The one, the horizontal pattern for some reason always gets me. And this one too. Oh, damn it. Anything that's like horizontal. Oh my god. No. Daga kotoru. You don't think anyone has done it without any help? I wonder. I tried to search for it on YouTube, I mentioned earlier. I couldn't find any, but again, I didn't really search that long, so I don't know. I do wonder if nobody's made a video like that before, then I could be the first one and get like 2 views. You know, the 2 people that might care maybe, I'm not sure. Because I don't know if this is a very popular game necessarily. Again, I do feel like it got overshadowed by Misai a little bit. Misai got very popular for some reason. I found Misai okay. I played it and it was good. It's funny how that game got super popular and this one is very similar actually. Very similar in a lot of ways, but still, you know, distinct. But this one didn't get as much attention, I feel like, but I don't know, be wrong, but I've seen a lot more people, like a lot more streamers anyway, play Misai than this. Again, not comparable though, it's like apples and oranges and all that. Completely different game, but a very similar theme anyway, you know, it's like virtual anime girlfriend. It's supposed to be, you know, satire. The anime girlfriend actually kills you, but you know. And I gotta say, like well, I don't know, I was gonna say like something about Misai, but basically Misai, how like, again, it's a decent game, it's really good actually, I mean, I liked it. But I didn't find that, like, appearance-wise all that unique, really. I don't know, I see a lot of fan art, you know, of like Misai and all that, and the main character, and it's like, I don't know, I thought she was a default Unity model. Was it just me? I thought it was, she didn't look all that special. It was just like a generic anime girl, but everyone loved her, I guess. I don't know. I'm just too desensitized to anime, I guess. Even though I do play a lot of anime games, and I like the anime aesthetic and all that. I don't know, I didn't feel that she was all that unique. Well, that's just me, I guess. I've been fighting her for 1 hour straight. 1 hour so far, not including last stream. You know? It'll probably be 4 hours. Might even be more. I might not even beat her today. Who knows? I might get hyper obsessed and just continue trying to fight this boss fight for the next several streams. Who knows? Kind of what I did with Valaria. But I guess we'll see. Okay, I gotta remember to like keep moving to the right because she might do the tracking pattern, and it's like I hate the tracking pattern bullet thing. I remember to do that. Okay, sometimes she does the flower pattern too while she does this one, so that's annoying. How can I like? Is there like a safe spot like guaranteed? I don't know. Cause it just seems random. Okay. You know, if you simply like, I don't know. Okay, I really like. You gotta do the Toho thing where you just kind of focus on your own character and not focus on the bullets that much. I say that as I get hit, but you do the thing where like everything else is like, I don't know. Is it just me? But like when you really focus on your own like player character, or not player character, what do you call it? I mean the heart basically. If you focus on your own hitbox, everything else becomes like 5 frames per second, if that makes sense. But like, it's really hard when it's like, there's so many things going on. Ah, okay. Imagine if she just regains all her health if I defeat her. That's what I was wondering. It'd be funny if she does. Again, I'll be upset, but whatever. Also, don't accidentally ask for help. I'm gonna Alt F4, you know, if I accidentally like choose the option to get help. I do wonder, okay, so sometimes she does the bar, what do you call it? What's the boss in Mega Man? Where the bars come from left to right, right to left. It goes zoom, 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 you know? I forget which one it is. Was it Speed Man, you know, or Flash Man? I'm not sure, but it's that move. I was just thinking, like, it seems like for the most part, if you don't move, when she does the flower pattern, it doesn't seem like it hits you that much. It really depends. Sometimes I don't move here, and it obviously works. But sometimes, if I don't move, I can kind of get stuck. And there's 2 bars that kind of like intersect. And there's like very small space for you to dodge. I'm not sure if there's like a... Oh. I was gonna say there was not sure there's maybe like a different strategy I should use there somehow, but I don't know. Oh, you gather your strength and strike. Also, I'm gonna have like freaking carpal tunnel. You know, even though I spent a lot of my life on the computer, I've never had carpal tunnel syndrome actually, but I might at this point. I put my hands on a weird spot. You know, like the freaking arrow keys. I'd rather use WASD. Oh, I can actually. I didn't know that. Okay, well, let me try. I mean, I don't know if it helps. Well, probably not, because my muscle memory's all gone if I use WASD. I was gonna say, you know, I'd rather use WASD instead of arrow keys. Because the arrow keys on your computer, you gotta like curl your wrist in a weird way, like too close to my body. But I don't like it. But I guess you can use WASD. I didn't know you could use WASD. I didn't say that. I can also use space as well. I didn't think you do that either. But I don't know how much it helps though, because obviously I've already built up like an hour's worth of muscle memory with the arrow keys, so I don't know if it's worth using WSD at this point, but whatever. You think WSD is harder for you? I like it better. For one, it puts my wrist in a better way. It's more ergonomic. But also... Oh, damn it. Hey. Also, I played a lot of first-person shooter games in the past, so I'm just so used to it. Usually when you move around like a lot of computer games, you use WSD, especially in first person anyway. I like to also maybe use the controller, but I don't know, the game doesn't support that, I imagine. And again, I don't know how much it helps. Anyway. I use like a controller. But I imagine the controller might be useful for the analog stick, you know? Assuming it can like detect like the sensitivity of the analog stick, right? Because that's the biggest advantage of using a controller for movement anyway, is the ability to have fine control over the movement. Oh, how did I survive that? I don't know. Yeah, having fine control of the movement. So you can go slower, go fast. Not as important for like, or rather, you know, it's not as good for like first-person shooter games though when you're aiming, because you want consistent movement. But for like, you know, movement in the terms of like moving around, moving your body or whatever in a video game, I feel like analog stick is better. So to me, you know, but that's why I like third-person games, controller. First-person game, mouse and keyboard, only because of the mouse. Ideally, you want, I mean, maybe there's a setup where people do this, but ideally you want to move with the controller, but then aim with the mouse, you know? But that's like a weird setup. But that would be ideal. You play shooters on controller, really? I find that blasphemous. You know, it's like, really, I can't do that because I'm definitely not used to using controller with shooter games. Definitely more used with the mouse, you know, because you need the mouse to aim. There's like kind of like auto aim, you know, in controllers, but like I don't know. It's just not like fundamentally, it's not very as consistent because when you try to like move the analog stick into a certain direction, it's like always a little bit different, which is weird. You want to like build the muscle memory, right? If you want to like get good at aiming at stuff, and it's not great if the memory keeps changing, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how worth it is to use the WSD. I wonder though. Okay, now. What if I just use a controller? Oh, I can actually. That's interesting. I didn't know it had controller support. What the heck? Now, I can't really use the analog stick though, so it doesn't really matter. You just have to use the D-pad. I'm using the D-pad now. Which, I don't know is better or worse because the D-pad is just using your thumb, right? So, you still don't have the fine control of like an analog stick, but you're using a D-pad, so I don't know. Is it better? Let me see. I was gonna try it out for a few rounds. I mean, obviously this is the easy pattern, but I want to see what happens when I do the really hard ones. Yeah, this one, for example. Okay. Seems like if I stand still, at some point if you stand still, it just misses you actually, but you gotta find that spot first. Oh my god. Oh, seriously? Can't do that. Okay, whatever. No. We'll need your help. Try again. I should go again. I should remember go to the right. I feel like going to the right generally is the oh my god better direction. Can I just reset? Is there a reset button? I'm trying. You can't run. No, there's no. I mean, there's this actually. I reset. I got hit once. Reset. I guess I should do that like every time actually. I guess when I lose, I should just reset. I don't have to go through the dialogue every single time of Karu saying, you know, other people could help you too. It's like, I could just simply press start reset. This is when it begins, you know. This is what, again, I'm not a speedrunner, but I watch a few. I used to. Well, I was gonna say I used to watch speedruns. Not really. I mean, I don't like speedruns that much, to be honest. But I've seen a few speedruns, especially people like, you know, grinding speedruns. And you know, I feel like that's a common thing they do. They do one mistake and they're like, reset, you know, it's like, oh, reset, you know. It's like, that's why I don't do speedruns, because it seems like very frustrating actually to do something like that. Doesn't seem fun at all. I imagine it's pretty cool if you get like a personal record or like a whatever, but most of the time you're just spending time just being upset because you did like one tiny mistake and then you lose 2 seconds and you're like, reset. That just seems very stressful to me. Oh, you're gonna go play your fishing game. Okay, now you're telling me you're playing your fishing game? I mean, have a good day, Tailgater. You don't have to tell me every time that that you're playing a game, though, I guess. Unless it's relevant. I don't know. Seems irrelevant. I mean, I guess it's not the same thing, but I do feel like I think I went over the, you know, etiquette rules last time. It wasn't last time. It was 2 weeks ago. I don't remember, but you know, when you leave someone's stream, and again, it's not that bad, but like usually you don't want to say like, oh, bye, I'm leaving for another streamer. So, for example, that's just rude. So, I mean, I don't know. It's not the same thing, but it's something to take note of. It's okay. I mean, as long as you understand that, you know, if you're just going, then you can just go. You don't have to announce when you're leaving necessarily either, unless I don't know. Depends, obviously. Depends, like, you know, if I'm switching games or like it's at the end of the stream or whatever. You know, this is a me problem. So, bear with me, but when people say, like, I'm leaving, you know, to do some other thing, it just feels rude to me, because you're like, the implication is that you rather do something else, you know? And, look, maybe I'm too, I don't know what the word is, but I don't know what the word is, but maybe I'm just an asshole, I guess. But that's just how I feel. That's all. I don't know. Again, people can still say whatever they want, but you know, I'm not saying that you have to like bend over to my every whim, but you know, I'm just expressing how I feel. That's all. It reminds me of the Sans fight. What about I'm leaving to go to work, or you gotta go sleep? Again, maybe it's a me problem. I don't know. I guess that's fine. Again, if you say goodbye or you're leaving, you can just say so. I mean, it depends, right? It depends if you were in the middle of saying something, for example, and you have to leave for whatever reason, or something like that. Generally speaking, though, if you're just lurking or just a viewer, you don't really have to announce when you leave, for the most part. I'd rather you just kind of go whenever you want. Doesn't really matter to me. It's kind of like saying, again, to me, it's the equivalent of like when you're in school, I guess. Remember in school where like you had to like tell the teacher that you like, teacher, I need to go to the washroom, you know, you raise your hand or whatever. But like, you kind of stopped doing that by middle school. I remember in high school, actually, a teacher, I think it was high school, a teacher told us, actually, the whole class to be like, you're adults now, guys. You don't have to like tell me when you're going to go piss, you know, so like, just go, you know, basically. Like, I don't need to know where you are every single moment of your life as an adult anyway. You know, you can take care of yourself, right? That's the idea anyway. So, you know. Now, it's funny because it's like the opposite thing where like, as a streamer, I do need to tell you when I'm going piss. But that's because it's my stream. Like, you know, if I stop, if I'm not here, there's no stream. So that's why I'm telling people that I'm going to piss. But if you need to piss, you can go whenever you want. You can go, you do whatever you want. You can put, you can, you know, I mean, I would appreciate if you are gonna like do something else. You know, you can leave my stream on in the background. That'd be nice. Or even just like keep it muted, but be sure to mute the tab, by the way. I don't know, should I say that? I'm basically inflating views, but you know, leave it in the background, but like mute the tab. Don't mute the player though. If you mute the player, it doesn't count as a view, so you just mute the tab instead, like in the browser. Anyway, but that's the idea, right? You don't announce like make a big announcement every time you need to go somewhere, basically. Is how I interpret it, but I don't know. Again, I could be the weird one. Maybe I don't understand social etiquette. I sometimes miss social cues, so what do I know? But that's just how I feel. You know, it's like, you don't have to make a big dramatic exit. And I leave now, you know, like a tuxedo mask, you know, the Sailor Moon meme. Like, my job here is done, you know, but you didn't do anything. So, anyway. But those are just my thoughts, you know? And I could be a crazy person, I don't know. You can't trust people on the internet. Never trust people on the internet, by the way. They say crazy things, so... Never just believe what someone says for at face value. Let's see. Well, I mean, it's been an hour and a half. This is gonna... I don't think I'm gonna be here today. No, it doesn't seem to be happening. I do like using the controller more. So far, anyway. Feels nicer, but I don't know what's better, necessarily. I just like doing circles, you know? Like, it's easier to do, like, little circles with a controller. And you can do like this. Wee! Woo! Wow! Wee! Wee! Wow! Wee! Can't really do that on the keyboard, I feel like. Because you're stuck, you know, pressing one direction or the other. Oh, come on. I was distracted by the power of me moving back and forth very fast. Alright. What can I talk about now? Again, this is why I don't really stream myself. Doing games that don't have a lot of like narrative, not a lot of like it doesn't have a big narrative component to it. Like I just feel like I have not much to talk about. Like I run out of things to talk about less than an hour. But I mean, I don't know. What else can I talk about? I'm trying to think. I mean, Baldur's Gate, again, not super interesting, but like I was gonna say, like, Baldur's Gate 3, episode 17 is coming out tomorrow. As in, like, my playthrough, you know, it's like, I make it sound like it's a TV show. Episode 17 of the Baldur's Gate 3 TV show. No, it's just my playthrough. Again, taking a long time to edit, because I wanted to like pay more attention to the editing and not just like cut up the VODs. Because what I used to do for the longest time, maybe it's better, but for the longest time I always just, for the most part, when I stream, because that's the idea anyway. I kind of stream just whatever I'm playing, and then after that I just cut it up, you know, just go into editing software, just cut it into like 1 hour parts ish, usually if it's a longer playthrough. Oh, don't swear up, actually. I almost accidentally press yes. I usually used to cut it up into you know, hour length parts, and maybe sometimes if I spend time, like for example in a video game, you know, there's like a lot of downtime and there's not much progress, then I would cut that part out usually. But for the most part, I just kind of kept it raw, you know, and just cut it up into shorter videos, only because it seems like people don't really want to watch like a 4-hour long video usually. Even though ironically, if you just cut up the same footage, the exact same footage, into 4 like smaller parts, it's still overall the same amount of content, but somehow people are more likely to watch it. I don't know. I guess I get it because it's like less time commitment, or less perceived time commitment. That's why like TikTok and YouTube Shorts or whatever, it's like more popular in general. Like there's more viewer, like in raw numbers anyway, people are more likely to watch something that would only take like a few moments of their time. It's in fact, I think, a sales tactics actually, you know? It's like, you know, just a moment of your time, please. You know, whatever, as you sell like random product. Number 27. You just get them to like pay attention. And then you make your sales pitch. But it is a psychological marketing move actually. To make it seem that you don't want to spend a lot of time committing, or at least you don't want to see a big perceived time commitment anyway, but then you end up watching the same amount of content anyway. We just scroll on TikTok. I imagine I don't use TikTok. I have never actually touched TikTok. I try to use TikTok on my browser, but it doesn't seem to work. Usually, like it always says like, oh, you need to log in or whatever. But I just never used it because I just use a computer. I don't really browse anything on my phone. I find it inferior to browse things on my phone. I'd rather use my freaking computer. Anyway, but yeah, people just, I'm assuming anyway, just scroll on TikTok for many hours, and you end up just watching the same amount of content anyway. It's just split up into like smaller parts. Arguably worse because it's all like not really focused on any one topic. But anyway, that's what I used to do. I just cut it up in small parts. Even though like hour-long videos are still pretty long, but I didn't want to make it shorter, because if I made it shorter, there'd even be even more videos. People also don't want to watch like a long playthrough either. Well, I mean, I don't know how effective it is, but that's why one of my strategies was to actually take out like episode numbers out of the title. And I think Northern Line does it too. One of my basically one of my favorite streamers. It's kind of like follow what he does, sort of. Well, not always, but like, but rather, how do I say? I use them as like a sample, I guess. As like what we should be doing, I guess, as a YouTuber. But that's the idea. That's why I took out like part numbers. So instead of like, Baldur's Gate part number 17 or episode number 17, you actually don't see that on the video title. So it makes it seem like a standalone video. It's kind of clickbaity. So you're more likely to click on it. But if you want to see the rest of the playthrough, it's there. You just have to look at the playlist. And it's not like I obscure the number either, because I do put the number in the thumbnail actually. So if you look at the thumbnail, there is an episode number. I just don't write it as a title, right? Because people see like episode 59, they're like, I don't want to watch like 59 episodes of this playthrough. But then they see like, like random video number, without a number. They're like, okay, I might watch this for a little bit. Oh, it turns out it's part of a bigger series. Oh, I might as well watch the whole thing. It's like I don't know. It's just like they'll still watch the whole thing anyway if they just didn't know that it was like part number 59. They just might end up watching the whole thing anyway. So I don't know, it's kind of like, the way I see YouTube is kind of like, And this might be for like a lot of parts of the internet, a lot of parts of social media. You really are fighting for people's attention. The problem used to be, I think I mentioned before, but like I mean, I think I said this before about the internet. The problem, it used to be that it was a lack of information, right? It's like it was really hard to find information back then, especially in the dial-up days, because everything was like decentralized and no particular websites, and search results weren't really good, But nowadays, you can find stuff nowadays. It's all there. But it's like lost in noise. There's too much stuff now. And really, you're fighting for people's attention. Even get noticed in the first place. That's the hard part. Really. Everything else is kind of secondary, Which kind of explains, sometimes people just make like really, to be honest, like really bad content. But it gets billions of views. So, I don't know. Because again, at the end of the day, this is for some reason the system is incentivized for people to like just make something that grabs people's attention more so than the actual quality of the content. Now, the quality of the content does matter to some extent, obviously, especially if you're not like a soulless like like corporation that like generates like AI slop or something, but. I'm just reminded of Elsagate, and like people like dressed up in like costumes. Like I'm assuming there's some kind of weird shadow corporation like hired random people on Fiverr to dress up as Elsa and Spider-Man and pretend to be pregnant or something. I don't know, something like that. It was like these really weird videos. I don't know. I don't know how like common or how much people know about it, but like it used to be. I mean, it's maybe still a case. I'm not sure, but like it used to be like there's these weird like almost like AI generated videos where like people just did random things, like bait kids to watching. Like Elsa is pregnant. Here's Spider-Man giving, or rather, helping Elsa give birth to her child or whatever. And it's like, huh? And like the actual content is like weird and it's like doesn't make any sense, but. It's basically how they get millions of dollars from views because kids look at it and it's like, what the heck? And then they click on it. And it's like, it's weird, but like, I'm assuming that's, they do that specifically in order to like, get views. Right? And even though the content itself is devoid of any kind of meaning. It's just like pretty colors, iconic characters that vaguely that kids know. And they click on it, and then, they watch the ads, and they get money, so... That's the idea. So it can be like... You don't need quality, Really. Which, I don't know, maybe it's just me complaining. Because, at the same time, there are channels out there that do pump out, like, good quality content that isn't just that. Isn't just garbage. But it's just, to me, it just seems a little bit like, I don't know. Seems a little bit, too incentivized, towards, like, non-good quality content. As opposed to, like, I don't know, just something that isn't, like, trash. I don't know. Then again, my content is pretty trash, so I don't know. Maybe I don't really benefit from that. No, I don't need your help. How do we even get started talking about this? Hey, if you want to change the topic, I'm not saying this to be rude, by the way, but if you want to change the topic, let me know, because I'm just rambling. This is what happens when I have nothing to talk about. I talk about random stuff, that whatever comes to mind. Really, and I always tend to cycle through the same topics, so like I'm really bad at this. So yeah, but I don't know. Like, this is just me thinking about like YouTube, I guess. Well, how did I get on this topic? I don't remember anymore. But it's just me like ranting about like YouTube, like how unfair it is that I'm not like a billionaire already. But I don't know, it's just my experience actually, you know, and I don't know, it might be like I'm just dumb and like I don't understand anything. That could very well be true. I'm not kidding when I say that. I'm not like a famous super like mega YouTube megastar, so how would I know, right? But I feel like that's how it is, you know, that's how the system works. And also there's a bit of survivorship bias as well, you know, like the people who are successful, I mean, on YouTube and just in real life in general, they don't always give the best advice either, you know. It's like you just simply do this to get to become like a famous YouTube channel or YouTube content creator, and like, well, honestly, like half of it is just luck, you know. So at least half is just luck. So you know, it's survivorship bias in the sense that, you know, people who do well tend to like justify why they did well by saying, oh, it's like hard work and effort. And again, you know, there is an aspect of that, but really you just got lucky, you know. You just somehow hit the right trend and somehow chase the right algorithms, and that's how you got all those views, you know, most likely. Anyway, I don't know what I'm trying. I don't know what the point is. You know, I don't know what kind of point I'm really making. I forgot again. I totally forgot why I got on this topic anyway. Why was I talking about this? I think I was talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. All I really wanted to say is that the latest, you know, edited video of Baldur's Gate 3 is coming out tomorrow. It always takes me a bit, right? Because you know, I really want to focus on editing and all that. Because I do feel like longer playthroughs or playthroughs where, you know, it's just me cutting up the raw footage, it's just not very interesting, right? So that's why I wanted to focus on more editing. But obviously the downside is that it always takes me more than 2 weeks. It takes me several weeks to edit a Baldur's Gate 3 episode. So at some point, you know, I try to like, you know, bounce between different types of streams as well. So I'm not just editing Baldur's Gate 3 because I get burned out on that. But I don't know, it just takes me weeks because, you know, it's like usually 4 to 5 hours of footage, sometimes more. And I gotta really compress it and like try to like watch all the cutscenes again to make sure like, okay, so is this part important? Do I need to show this cutscene, you know, when this character says this? Do I need to show that? Is it important? Like, is this like side quest that I'm doing at this particular time in the playthrough? Will it be important like 10 episodes later? Do I even finish the side quest? Things like that, you know? And so it just takes a while for me to figure out like what to cut out and what to edit, and often it ends up being more than an hour anyway. So I don't know if there's any net benefit for doing this. My episodes normally, if I didn't like really focus on editing, was already an hour anyway. But I don't know. And of course as well, like I don't really focus on doing the really big, you know, a lot of meme edits as well. People's editing styles are different, by the way, but like sometimes they do like, they add a bunch of memes, they zoom in, you know, they do a thing in editing where they zoom in, you know, and then like, whoa, you make a funny facial expression, whatever, and or like big red arrow, or like funny sound effects, vine boom. I mean, for one, I don't do that because my videos are kind of too long. Like doing that will make it, it will make the editing process even longer. And also, it doesn't really fit my style. So I'm not sure. Maybe it makes sense for like a lot shorter videos, maybe. But I tend to not to play like games that are super short. I don't know. But yeah, basically, is it worth it? I don't know. But I'm still chugging away. Or is that the right word? Chugging away or mining away, grinding away? I'm not sure, but I'm still like after like several years. It'll be several years before I finish the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough in terms of like editing. I'm technically finished it already, but you know, it's just so old at this point. Like it's been several updates behind, several patches behind at this point. So you always see like really old game footage. But once I finish it, oh damn it! Once I finish it, maybe then it'll be great. Maybe. Oh, run the wrong way. Oh my god. I should go to the right, not left. Because, if I go to left, you know, it goes against the tide. Makes it harder to react. Well, let's see. What else did I want to mention? I'm not sure. I also said, like, you know, yeah, for many years I didn't do that. You know, I didn't, like, focus on editing that much. Really. I guess it works out for, like, narrative games, you know? That's why I play a lot of narrative games. Games that just have a story component, you know? So you just kind of follow the story. You don't want to, like, cut out too much stuff because then it gets, like, hard to follow the actual story. So often, like, you know, if a video game has, like, multiple endings and all that, I just cut to the different endings. Instead of, like, showing all the footage where I, you know, have to meet all the requirements and everything. I mean, just like this game, for example, there's definitely a lot of stuff to cut out, you know? In terms of me, like, trying different things, you know, in order to, like, get the different endings and all that. Oh my god. I was hoping as well, I mean, I don't think I'll be able to do it, but I was hoping as well if I had time to really actually, you know, in terms of editing footage actually, as I mentioned earlier, there was a time when there was an interesting little Easter egg that happens where a 2D version of Akari actually slides in from the right of the screen. And I thought that was I thought that was actually on stream, but when I looked through the footage, that it didn't exist. So I was hoping to, like, maybe if I had time to actually go back and maybe reset the game and try to activate that Easter egg again. And make sure I have display capture instead of game capture, I guess, to, like, show it, but... But I might not have time to do that, so... It was interesting though. I was reacting to it, but it turns out it wasn't in the footage. It seems like I was reacting to nothing. Like I was a crazy person. It's real, I swear. You gather your strength and strike. What if we had more strength, you know? Do we even lift? Come on. I also still don't know what the percentage on the right is. 105%? What does that even mean? I don't know. Seems to go up, but don't know why. What it represents. Pay attention. Again, sometimes it's just super easy, sometimes randomly. The lines just intersecting away where, like, it's really hard to dodge. I'm actually not sure what the hitbox is. I'm assuming it's a heart, but, like, sometimes it seems like, yeah, it can actually graze... sometimes it can graze your heart, sometimes it can't. I'm not sure what the hitbox is. I think it's the red portion. Sometimes the bullets do touch the white portion of your sprite and nothing happens, so I'm assuming it's the red portion. Okay, that one is pretty okay. You know, the one where she shoots bullets that follow you, and also the bullets come from the top. It's not too bad. Okay, I feel like, yeah, once I just find a spot that's safe, that flower pattern is not too hard. I think it kind of tracks you though, so it kind of moves with you, so you just have to stay in one spot, I think. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, this one. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was at cornered there. Okay. Again, this one's not too bad. Oh, okay, I don't know. As long as I keep moving, I feel like. That one isn't too bad. I do wonder, do all of the patterns actually follow your position somehow? Is it affected by where you are? Not sure. Oh, really? Oh, man. Bam, 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 bam. What does this also remind me of? It reminds me of like Gundam. Wasn't there like a common move in Gundam when they track you with like homing missiles or something? It goes bam, 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 bam. No, what, really? Move a little bit too close. 1 pixel off and you die. 3 points of damage. Wow. Okay. Miss, of course. With that salt to the wound, you know? It's like, alright, it's already taking so long to dwindle the health bar. You can tell me that I miss? Oh my god. Okay. I mean, I guess it's not too bad. You just gotta keep moving. That one. I feel like there's a bit of luck too, though. Oop. Oh. Oop. Oop. Okay. I wonder if you like move into the explosion, does it like hurt you? I imagine it does. Video game logic. Stand still. Win by doing nothing. Okay. Just be at the very bottom. Hopefully none of the lines hit the bottom. Yeah, just give me easy patterns like that. That'd be great. I punch you. Is this PB? I'm not sure. It's gray again. So that usually means... Oh, really? Oh my god. See, like, I hate it when that happens. Where it's so small. The window for dodging is so little, so narrow. Oh, really? Try again or just give up, makes no difference to me. No. Okay, just water. It's about 2 hours. Let me do one more. Let me one more before I take a break. I feel like... I don't know if the controller's better necessarily, but I think I'm going to continue using it. I do feel like I gotta really pay attention though, like basically don't talk, you know. Which is not a problem, it's just like, I don't know, it's just not very interesting of a stream if I'm not saying anything at all. I remember, again, a streamer that I watch often, I guess, Northern Lion. He said at some point that again, just like he's like half kidding, I'm assuming, but like, you know, I think he said at some point, and maybe I don't know if he still believes it, but like basically he said like, you know how like most streamers, to be honest, like majority of streamers really don't get a lot of viewers, me included. We just kind of exist, you know, and most of us don't really get a really large following necessarily. And you know, Northern Line, he said like, you know, well, yeah, that's true, but at the same time, most streamers aren't really good at streaming, because if you look at a very typical average streamer, at least at the time he said this, you open it up and it's like they're not talking, they're just staring at the screen and going like, damn, oh damn, you know, like that, you know, like me right now, and like, you know, that's it, right? So basically he's saying like, yeah, most streamers don't really get large, but the main problem is because they're not talking, you know, or like, I mean, if they're doing something like, for example, like being very good at a game, that's great and all, but usually it's because they're not entertaining, right? They're not saying anything while they're playing the game, which is what most streams should be about, right? That's the whole point of why you're streaming a video game, instead of just playing it on your own and staring at the screen, not making any facial expressions at all, just like blankly staring and then playing it until you win or something, you know? That's the idea, right? I think he said something like that. I don't know what he said exactly. I'm not as eloquent as Northern Line, but he said some kind of joke, you know, involving that, basically. I mean, he's one of the main reasons why he got big was because he just kept talking, you know, just kept filling in the dead air. That's the whole point, right? And something that people don't really recognize, actually. Because when people think video games, they think like, oh, you're good at video games, right? You know, that's why you play video games and make videos about it. And I was like, no, actually, most, I mean, and there are some exceptions, and definitely there are like pro gamers and all that. But actually, a lot of content creators are not really that great at video games. They're just funny, you know, or entertaining, or whatever. And that's it, you know, really. It's not actually about the game, it's about their personality. So, you know, that's how I feel when I, like, am not speaking, I'm just staring blankly at the screen, just playing a game, and it's like, well, what's the point, right? What's the point of streaming? I should be talking or filling the dead air as I die. Okay, well, whatever. Well, anyway, I lost all my health at that portion. At one round. I guess I just have to not get hit. The rest of the time, just never get hit at all, ever. Easy. Super easy, just don't get hit. Anyway, I don't know how true that is though, because you know what I said before about how, like, you know, most streamers don't talk or are not speaking enough when they're actually streaming to make their stream entertaining enough to actually pay attention to. I mean, I try to do that, but I guess I'm just not very funny. But I do feel like that's not true. There are streamers that actually, they do the thing. They do the streaming thing where they talk a bunch and all that. But they're not, it's still not really equivalent where, like, that just because you do that, that doesn't mean you become as successful as all the other favorite streamers that you watch, basically. So I don't know. There's some kind of disconnect there, I'm not sure, but I think it's not the only reason, you know. And in fact, I don't know, most streamers don't do that, right? I don't know. At least the streamers I watch. They're not the type of the person that just, like, says nothing, you know, and just stares blankly at the screen. It's funny because that's kind of what you do. You don't realize it because you're focused on the game. This is the majority of people, really. When you play a video game, you don't talk to yourself like a crazy person. You just kind of play the game. Huh? But like, if you actually record yourself, it turns out it's kind of awkward because you're just not talking at all. You're just staring, focused on the video game, and that's it, you know. Something you don't really realize, I feel like. I didn't realize, you know, something I don't realize, really. Before streaming, you know, before I actually bothered to, like, record gameplay and all that, it's like, actually, you're just kind of, like, chilling out. You're just vibing. But obviously, that's not really interesting. Unless, again, there's some exceptions. Unless you're doing some kind of compilation, I guess, maybe. For example, you're making the footage interesting. Like letting it speak for itself, kind of thing. I guess that could be a thing. You know, like, obviously I remember, like, in older YouTube, a lot of people's channels got really big because they made funny moments, you know, like funny moments in this video game, top 10, you know, basically. This is a bunch of clips of like random stuff happening when they played a video game. Really. And when streaming wasn't really a big thing either, as well. It was mostly just video. Anyway, that's all just to say, like, I don't know what the conclusion is, but like basically that's all to say. I'm very uncomfortable when it's like this long stretches of dead air. So I'm so used to like not wanting that, right? I don't want to have a bunch of dead air where I say nothing, and what's the point? But sometimes you gotta do that in order to really focus. This is a hard fight, so you really want to pay attention and not just be talking the whole time? I don't know. In fact, sometimes I do feel like, yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of streamers that I like to watch and they're very entertaining. Sometimes they talk a little bit too much when they shouldn't be, actually, and just not get distracted, you know? It is actually probably better to like not really be multitasking, I guess, because you know, people always say you know, there's something called a streamer's curse. I mean, it used to be called a let's play curse, you know, back when people did let's plays, or you know, you still call it let's plays anyway, but if you watched a lot of Let's Play videos, there's this thing, you know, it's a very common thing where like the commentator, you know, would always say like, hey, oh, you know, I did better when I wasn't, you know, recording. What the heck, basically. And the reason is because usually you're talking at the same time. If you're talking and playing a video game at the same time, it does take up bandwidth in your brain and you do worse, essentially. You actually do better when you're not really just thinking about what to say. So I feel like there is a time when you shouldn't be really be distracted, actually, and just not talk. But anyway, I say that as I talk, but you know. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ee. You gather your strength. You must gather your... what was it? You must gather your party before moving forward. You must gather your party before moving on or whatever. I can't remember. What was the Baldur's Gate thing? The original Baldur's Gate. There's a narrator, the for some reason very iconic line where like you try to leave the area without your party, and it's like you must gather your forces before moving on or something. You must gather your party before leaving. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! Pathetic. Apparently, pathetic. It's adjusting my headphones. You're not alone. No! Alright. Let's see. It's here's some water. One more. Just one more. Before I take a quick break. Obviously, I'm dissatisfied because I haven't made much progress, but yeah, I admit, you know, I went a few times. I went to the gray area at least. Everything turns gray. Basically, more than half damage, at least. So there's that. But at this rate, yeah, it's gonna take a while before I actually beat her. Hopefully, I beat her by the end of the stream. If I don't, well, I guess I'll just have to keep going, you know, so I don't... You know what they say, you know, you gotta rest up after you, like, practice something. You have to actually take a nap and then come back to it. And then you actually get better, but you gotta get your reps in, you know? Again, dead air. What else can I talk about? I don't know, like a random thought came to my mind. Not that it's just not that interesting, but I remember going to the grocery store and buying mustard. Again, not a very interesting story, but basically, I mean, what am I trying to say? But basically, I'm trying to get mustard, and turns out that, you know, this is something I really learned. I mean, not super recently, but, you know, like within the last year or so. I never really tried different types of condiments, but I was like, you know, what's this mustard? You know, like, what's it called? I think it's called Dijon mustard. I never really tried all the different types of mustards before. I've heard they're good. I don't like spicy things though, so that's why I was so hesitant. But I was like, you know what? I should try more spicy stuff, so let me try this Dijon mustard. And so I bought Dijon mustard. I believe it's like Dijon mustard, but like the brand is French mustard or something. I can't remember what it's called, but I mean, turns out I like it basically. What I'm trying to say. And it's not that spicy. And maybe it's because the brand I bought is like very mild. But even though I Google, you know, how spicy is Dijon mustard, and it says it's pretty spicy, and then I eat it, it's like it's actually not that spicy. I actually like it as well because it's like the similar kind of spiciness as horseradish. Basically like the fake wasabi you get when you buy sushi. Which is not too bad actually. Not the same spiciness, it's like more like a cold spicy, you know, because I don't like hot spicy because, or like, you know, spicy, you know, like the flavor, not the flavor, but like, you know, spicy food in general often comes from like peppers, right? Or made from the type of peppers that kind of like make your entire body hot and your tongue hot, and it's just pain. I don't like it because not only am I in pain, I'm also sweating. I don't like sweating all over. I don't know. It's just me. I just don't like sweating. It just makes me like I want to take a shower right after, you know. But I like Dijon mustard, as it turns out. I've also tried honey mustard. Honey mustard is not spicy at all. It's actually very sweet, obviously. It's honey. But... one more. One more. What was I trying? I will finish my thought. Something about, you know, Dijon mustard, honey mustard. I tried Dijon mustard. It's really good. And so, in my next trip of the grocery store, I was like, you know, what's this? You know, because I see like a mustard that's like Dijon mustard, but with seeds, supposedly. But it's from a different brand. And I also got like honey mustard as well, but from a different brand as well. I believe it's like the, I don't know, do I dox myself if I say what the brand is? But you know, basically it's it's the store brand, if that makes sense. I feel like it's very common for stores to have their in-store brand, which is usually called something else, but it's basically under the same corporation and therefore a lot cheaper. Basically. And I was like, you know what? I love saving money. Let me buy the cheaper mustard. And so I tried it, and it tasted like really sour. And to this day, I don't know if it's because it was expired, because it doesn't seem expired. And obviously, you see the date on it, it's best before and all that. It's not expired or anything. Like, I don't know, but like it was really sour and I didn't like it. And I tried it a few times as well, just to make sure. It's like, I don't know, I didn't like it. The honey mustard as well tastes sour too. I don't know if it's because of the brand or because I got expired batch. And I don't know if it expired, but like coincidentally, I got kind of sick actually, like days after. And I don't know if it goes because of the mustard or something else, but I'm not sure. But eventually, I just kind of threw out threw out that brand of mustard because it was like, I don't like it. And then I bought the same brand Dijon mustard that I got from last time, and I was like, no, this is the correct mustard. It tastes exactly how I want it. And it's like, again, I don't know. Because usually I don't think brands matter that much, right? They're kind of the same, but I don't know. It seems like for like condiments in particular, Dijon mustard, for some reason, doesn't taste the same and tastes bad actually, and tastes sour, and I didn't like it. So I don't know, but I might have gotten like parasites. I'm not sure, but or simply the brand is just has a very different flavor to it, and it's just not very good. All I know is that I'm never buying from that brand ever again, even though it's cheaper. I mean, usually I like cheaper things. Usually cheaper things it doesn't really matter. Even if it's cheaper, I don't know, like sometimes like things are just overpriced, you know? For no reason, even though it's made in the same spot anyway. For example, like shoes, you know? Like, or like designer brand stuff. It's like, it's like there's this fancy company that makes this one shoe, but like there's also this other shoe that is exactly the same, made in the exact same factory, and it costs less, but it's the same materials. Like the other one only costs more because of the brand recognition, really. So usually I'm on that camp, you know? I'm usually in that camp where like, as long as it's like seemingly not made from ultra cheap materials, it's like at a certain point it doesn't like the cost is just from the brand, really, not from the actual materials. But you know, as it turns out, at least in this one exception so far, and it could be for many things too, I don't know, but mustard at least, I guess you should stay away from cheaper brands. You know, I don't know. Gotta get the right mustard, I guess. That's my lesson. Anyway. Hello, Azurakan, by the way. The seeds are the true killers of spice. It's like grapes were originally alcoholic, but we cultivated edible fruit and berries. Interesting. So you're saying like maybe it's because the mustard that I got had seeds in it? Because I thought the seeds would add spice actually. When I googled it, I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but when I googled like, you know, Dijon mustard, you know, because I don't know, I'm a weirdo. I'm like, which mustard should I get? I'll Google it, you know, and do research. Like, I don't know. This is very important to me, I guess. You know, I don't just buy things off the shelf. I do research before I actually buy anything at the grocery store. But I thought the seeds add to the spice, not kill it. You know, you're supposed to bring balance to the forest, not destroy it. Anyway, what was I saying? I got distracted by Star, and I'm now imagining Star Wars again. You are my brother, Anakin. You are my mustard, Anakin. No, Anyway, I thought the seeds were supposed to add to the spice, you know? But as it turns out, it was just really sour. I didn't like it. I don't know. Again, it's the brand, I think. I'm assuming it's the brand. It's not just because it's like expired somehow and it's like it's just full of bacteria and I just ate it and got sick. Because the thing is, again, I did get sick afterwards. I'm not sure it was because of the mustard. I don't know. I don't want to test it. I didn't want to try eating more of it to like make sure. So I just threw it out, really. And just got the better mustard. But yeah. Oh, that is what you meant. Okay, you did mean the seeds. But you did mean the seeds actually did add to the spice. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but I don't know. What I got was less spicy. It was just sour. It was really weird. I don't know. I was really flabbergasted by that. That sucked too, because kind of wasted money, but oh well. I guess you live and learn. Never get mustard from a inferior brand, I guess. Gotta really pay attention to the brand name. Always get French mustard, I guess. I think that was called, or French something, French's. I think it's French the company, not the language, you know, or the culture. It's French the company. Always make sure you get that mustard, I guess. Which I believe is the most, you know, common one, really. It's not special, it's just the most common one. But yeah. But usually, the thing is, usually I don't pay attention to the brand. I just get the cheaper one, because usually it doesn't matter, right? For example, and maybe this is a nerdy thing, but like, you know, but like I have a wallet, for example, It is the, what's it called? The carbon fiber wallet. You know, it's, I don't know how to describe it, but like basically, it's the Ridge wallet, right? But the Ridge is the brand, basically. It's like the wallet where it's like made out of carbon fiber or some kind of plastic or whatever. And the idea is that you put your, oh my god, I got hit by all the things. Anyway, the idea is that it's like a different kind of wallet compared to like a leather wallet or something, you know? It's like a smaller, more compact type of wallet where like you just put your credit cards in there, you know, or not just credit cards, but rather, I mean, I don't have multiple credit cards. I only have one credit card, but you know, you put your cards in there, right? Because in this day and age, you don't really use cash for a lot of things. So you put your credit card, you put your, you know, I don't know, you put your photo ID, you put your like you know, your loyalty cards in there too. That's what I put in there anyway. And so it's supposed to fit all in one, all like stacked together, right? Kind of like into like one like plasticky kind of hard wallet. And then, you know, this little clip, I guess, where you can put a little bit of cash, but you know, that's not the main draw of it. You know, the idea is that you're supposed to put it on there. And supposedly, you know, it also helps against like it's like RFID. It's supposed to like make sure that your card doesn't get accidentally scanned, you know. But you know, I mean, that's not really why I got it. It's just more convenient because you can put it all in one small space, so I can just put it in my pocket, you know. Compared to like a big like leather wallet where like this stuff, like a bunch of stuff in it, you know. It gets kind of bulky when you put it in your pocket, so that's why I prefer the like the Ridge style wallet. However, and you know, before I take my break, I just want to finish my thought. But like basically, the Ridge wallet is like kind of expensive. Like, how much does it cost? I don't know. This is a random tangent, by the way. Hold on. I just want to mention this real quick. I don't know. No, I don't know how many cares. But like, it's the Ridge wallet, basically, right? It's like this wallet, like this little wallet thing. This is what I have, sort of. But it's kind of expensive. I can't remember how much it costs, but at least $100 or something. And I was like, nah, I'll just get the cheaper brand. So I just got like a cheaper version made like an Amazon for like $10 or whatever. So that's what I have. And it works. I don't know. I mean, I've used it for like several years now, at least a few years. And like, there's no problem with it. It might not have like the freaking like, you know, the scanning blocking technology, even though it advertises it that, you know, it's basically an off-brand that says like, oh, it's kind of like the Ridge wallet, but not really. But I don't know, that part doesn't really matter to me. It was really just the convenience part, really, the, you know, the form factor, and whether or not it's actually durable enough to last for like, you know, at least so far, at least a few years, and I haven't had any trouble really. So even though it's probably just two pieces of plastic just kind of like held together by elastic band, but for the most part it works just as well as far as I can tell. So that's why, you know, that's one example of what I think, like, you know, like Ridge wallet, for example, is like, it's like very expensive, it's like over-engineered. I want something a little bit simpler and cheaper, and it's like, that's what I got, right? It's like just $10 really. It's like way cheaper than $100. So to me, I think it's worth it, but that's just my opinion, right? Like, if you can get just like a cheaper version of something that works almost just as well, you might as well get that, right? Obviously, there's some exceptions. Like, for example, like a computer or something, you know, it's like you can't really cheap out on like computer parts, but I mean, especially these days, wasn't it like GPUs are like crazy expensive now or something? I mean, I haven't upgraded my GPU in like probably several decades at this point. How long has it been? I don't know, but I'm still stuck on the 1660 Ti. I'm still in the GTX actually. I'm not in RTX yet. I haven't upgraded at all. But anyway, basically what I wanted to say was like, you know, usually cheaper brands doesn't mean it's worse. Sometimes it's just cheaper, you know, as it turns out. And it's still just as good. Anyway, but yeah. It's been about more than 2 hours though, so I'm gonna take a quick break as I continue to lose my mind and go insane from like fighting this boss over and 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 over again. You know, in a way, it's kind of like maybe, you know, maybe it does like, yeah, I was gonna say like this boss fight is kind of like it came out of left field, but actually maybe it does like in a weird way, convey the same themes throughout the game, you know, where like you're stuck in the loop and all that, and like how Akari, the character, is stuck in the loop. No, I'm stuck in the loop, you know, because I'm fighting this boss over and over again forever. I don't know, anyway. But alright, I'm gonna take a quick break though, and grab a snack, and go to the washroom. I'll be right back after a few minutes, and suffer, I guess. Anyway, BRB. Oh, alright. I'm gonna freaking beat this freaking. Nah. I was gonna say a B word. I feel like that's a bit rude. Anyway. Alright. Let's try again. All right, I was gonna be pessimistic and say like, oh, I'm not gonna beat this boss, in the stream. What are the strategies to success? Just to visualize yourself succeeding. So like, maybe I should just not be so pessimistic. I'm just gonna do this. It'd be easy. Just freaking I'm a real gamer. It's just a super easy boss. No problem. It's nothing to me. I'll simply win. It'll be super easy. Come on. You gather your strength and strike. Strike her right in the face. It's gonna be super easy. Just simply don't get hit. Simply don't get hit. It's super easy. Come on. I was gonna say the screen effect is not so great for bitrate, by the way. It always, whenever video games have like a VHS, I keep saying that weirdly, by the way, VHS filter or CRT filter or whatever it is, the mimic the fuzz, you would normally see in an old TV. Whenever it does that kind of filter, it always inflates the video size, like for example, the footage I got from last stream actually was like 40 gigs 40 gigabytes, which is really on the low end when it comes to the how usually it inflates, like how the filter inflates the video size, but it's very big, especially for like a 2D game, because usually 2D games actually don't end up being very big video sizes. Actually, maybe like a couple gigs actually, or 5 gigs at most, when there's not a lot of movement. I don't know how it works exactly, but basically when there's not a lot of like moving parts on the screen, usually the video size isn't usually that big. But when you add like a freaking VHS filter, there's like a little fuzz and all that, like this constant movement technically, and so it creates a lot of frames, where there's always a different frame every second, or every like microsecond really, and causes the video size to be very, 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 very big. I'm running out of hard drive space. Okay, developer? Or developers, plural, really? Every developer who's ever tried to make their like game have like a retro aesthetic and add fuzz or whatever. It's like, it sucks for me because I already moved a lot of my files to the external hard drive. Now I'm running out even more space even then. I gotta get another hard drive or something, I don't know. Oh my god. I hit the last second. I'm running out of space, okay? Can't you think of the poor streamers or content creators that have to make space for their video files? Come on. No, 4 HP and a dream. And not that dream. Not the guy named Dream. The abstract concept of a dream. Which reminds me, wasn't there like, well, I never actually watched the video, but like, there's a video. Oh my god! This is what I get for being distracted. But there's a video. I forget what it was. I remember it was very clickbaity though. I think it was like something like why your dreams, or like something about like why you shouldn't believe in your dreams, right? Something like that. I think it's called "Why You Shouldn't Believe in Your Dreams." I might be getting it wrong, like word for word, but it was something to that effect. And I remember not really watching the video, but I think I got the gist of it. But like, I think Because it's very unclear what they mean by that, by the way. So it's like, don't believe in your dreams, right? Usually, you do want to believe in your dreams, you know, to succeed and reach your goals and all that. Usually, it's like a motivational speaker saying, like, believe in your dreams, believe in the me that believes in you, that believes in me, you know. But actually, I think the video is clickbait because it's like, I think the topic was not about dreams as in like your goals, but rather your dreams as in when you sleep at night. As in like, don't believe in your dreams as in like when you sleep at night and you have a dream about something. Like basically the video was about like, I think, and again, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I'm assuming, it could be a wrong assumption, I think the video was about not believing in your night dreams in the sense that there's no deeper meaning behind your dreams, right? It's like, because there's a whole thing about like dream interpretation and all that, which I also kind of believe, like, yeah, it's kind of nonsense, really. People try to like make a bunch of like meaning from it, but like it really is just your brain. As far as I understand it anyways, it's your brain like clearing out the recycle bin, you know? So it's like often a lot of memories. Usually, I mean, I find it kind of true too, where like it's just a bunch of like garbage stuff that you don't really remember anymore, like faces of strangers, you know, that you kind of like somehow unconsciously still have in your brain. So that's why, I don't know, at least for me anyway, when I have dreams and there's like people in my dreams, it's often like people I don't really know or like from a long time ago I don't think about anymore, but I guess my brain still remembers. So that's, you know, that's why you tend to remember random faces in your dreams, I feel like. But anyway, but yeah, it's just you know, dreams you have at night are often just your brain doing a memory dump, I guess, or something like to that effect. Actually, I don't know what a memory dump is in like computer terms, but you know, it's something like that. Anyway, but what I'm trying to say is that the video is very misleading because I feel like a lot of people probably thought it was the other one. Rather like night dreams, it was as if the video is saying, it's like a demotivational video being like, no, you should not have dreams. You're a failure. You're pathetic, or something. You know. Well, I wonder if somebody made like a parody of that, actually, like instead of like an ASMR, you know, about like how like you can succeed and all that, it would be like it would be motivational. Be like, no, you can't succeed. Everything is determined before you were born, or whatever. And I'm pretty sure that video got a lot of thumbs down. You know, and this is a while ago, so this is when you know, the thumbs down or dislike button was still like a thing. Like you can see the number of dislikes, right? Because on YouTube, I believe, well, at some point they tried to like remove the dislike button, but then people didn't like that, ironically. They disliked the fact that the dislike button was being removed, and so they brought it back, but you still can't really see the number of dislikes on the video, I think. You can only see the number of likes, but not the number of dislikes, I guess. But it used to be like, you would see both, and it would like be like a meter, you know, like or dislike, and the video is like highly disliked. Usually it just means like it's very controversial, but rather than genuinely, like if a video is like genuinely bad, usually no one would watch it. So I don't know. And really, I guess it's the foundations, you know, of our attention grabbing, you know, social media incentive, I guess, you know, where everything is all about grabbing your attention rather than like actually making meaningful content. But anyway, you know what that reminds me of, actually? You know, I was talking about before about like being motivational and also ironically being demotivational. I mean, it reminds me of freaking that clip, you know, of Northern Line. He did like a thing. He did a bit where he did that, actually. He was playing a game. I think it was Sisyphus? Not syphilis, right? Syphilis is the disease, I think. Sisyphus. Like Sisyphus, like for some reason Sisyphus, the story of the guy who pushed the rock up the hill in a hopeless endeavor to like accomplish something, but I think the moral of the story is that he never does. For some reason, at some point, there was a fad about that. Trend, I guess, where a lot of games made a spin-off of that. I don't know, anyway. The Northern Line was playing a game like that. And then there was a clip where he was exactly doing that, where he was doing like he was doing a motivational speech or whatever, as he was pushing the rock up. It's like, you can succeed if you work hard. Then you know it will pay dividends or whatever. And then everything can be achievable if you put your mind to it. But then as soon as the rock like starts like rolling back down, because the point of the game is to move it up, right? And there's like obstacles in the way. But as soon as the rock starts to slip down and he falls away from him, he does the opposite, where it's like, actually, nothing matters in life anymore. It's like everything is determined from the day you were born. Get it twisted. And then he starts like pushing it back up, and it's like, actually, life has meaning. You just have to strive for it. And then up, and then rock goes back down. And it's like, nothing is worth it actually, and life sucks or whatever, something like that. He's more eloquent than me, but I just found it funny. I think it's a clip that is very memeable, I guess, or just popular, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, that's just what that reminds me of. I was just thinking, like, as well, on top of that, I wonder if anyone also made like just a pure like demotivational ASMR. Probably someone's already done that. I don't know. I just found that's a funny idea, It's like, instead of like saying you can do it, just do it, you can do it, or whatever, it could be like, you can't do it, you suck actually, you're a dummy. Because obviously no one wants that, but like in an ironic way, wouldn't it be funny if someone just made that for no reason? Like POV, the joke is like POV, the motivational speaker didn't get paid or something, right? They'd like POV motivational speaker wasn't like the paycheck bounced or something, so they do the opposite. That's what the video title should be called. The motivational speaker's paycheck got bounced. Anyway, all the time to continue playing to remind me of the cruel reality of this earth. I have to also beat this boss, so and keep going until I win. I really gotta learn though. I mean, a lot of it's muscle memory, but it's really like, I don't know. There's two patterns. There's the pattern where there's a bunch of lines coming from left to right, and she's doing the flower pattern usually. That's the hard one, because you have to figure out like a safe spot, but also not get hit by the lines. And obviously there's the one where she shoots the projectiles from left to right, and also is shooting projectiles that track you. That one's pretty hard too. I really gotta pay attention when she does those moves. I really learn them to make sure I'm able to like dodge them properly. I can't seem to do it. Once I get consistent at that, I think is when I can make more progress in terms of the fight. Or I can get lucky and she just does moves that are really easy to dodge. What does this remind me of, by the way? This reminds me of like Undertale. I mean, obviously the whole thing reminds me of Undertale, but especially when she does the spray and pray move, that's like Toriel, she does that move. Like the first boss you fight in Undertale, really. The tutorial, you could say. It's a pun. That's why her name is Toriel, by the way. It's a pun on tutorial. I never actually got that the first time. I'm really bad at. I'm really bad at like understanding puns. That's why I think they're pretty clever usually. People always like groan when they hear that, as if it's a dad joke or whatever, but I always find it pretty clever. I never really understand puns immediately, really. like wordplay in general is kind of, I don't know, it's really hard for me. It's just me. I don't know, I tend to not recognize it right away if someone makes like a pun or anything. So I never knew Toriel, the character in Undertale, was a pun on Toriel, you know? I didn't know that. Oh, damn it, really? I was hoping staying one spot would keep me safe. Usually for the flower pattern, I don't know. I guess I was too complacent, but like usually for the flower pattern, you usually just stay in one spot. Maybe in the beginning you have to move a little bit more. I'm not sure. Your move, Yugi. I draw. I summon Exodia. The Exalted One. Or whatever. What do you say? I remember. Exodia. Obliterate. You know, you know, for the longest time I was tempted to like... I mean, it would only be for nostalgia reasons, but I believe there's a box set for Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it comes with a set of Exodia. Like, obviously it's not... was it like tournament? Like, it's not allowed in tournaments, I guess, or whatever, but I'm not doing tournaments anyway. I'm not even playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With anyone, really. I was gonna say, for nostalgia reasons, I was tempted to buy it, just so I have the full set of Exodia. The rest of the cards are kind of useless, though. It's kind of based on a Yugi, you know, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. It's like original set of cards, like it's like mostly all useless, really. It's like really old cards that don't really do anything special. But it does have Exodia. And it's like, you know, you could buy like a whole set just for Exodia. Last time I checked, and this is a long time ago, I feel like, it was like $100. It's not too bad for like... I mean, for a toy, basically. I guess, I don't know. But it's not too bad for in terms of like trading cards, you know? Because sometimes some rarer cards cost $100 by itself, really. But like $100 just for Exodia, the whole set, plus some extra little things, like a little box, I guess. Kinda cool. I don't know. Just look at it. Never get to actually play it, but look at it, I guess. Like, ah, yes, Exodia. Remember that one time you like gathered all of the pieces of Exodia and like mind broke Kaiba? Freaking destroyed his mind? Good times. And of course, you know, Exodia, ironically, even though it was like very iconic in the very beginning of the anime, just never gets used ever again because it, you know, it's literally some dude, some bug guy throws all the cards into the ocean and then you can never find them ever again. This is too OP, I guess. So I think Exodia, I think, came back in like some point, but it was like fake Exodia. It wasn't like real Exodia, so it didn't count. Anyway. Oh yeah, Exodia. Oh yeah, Exodia the Forbidden One, not Exodia the Exalted One. Forbidden One. Like, Exodia. I summon Exodia, the Forbidden One. Anyway, I got nothing else to say. Blah blah blah. That's what I gotta say. Yappity yap. You know, people call it yapping these days. I didn't know that. You know, when you're just talking about stuff, people call it yapping. Yapping on stream. Where did that come from, I wonder? I don't know. But I hear that's what people call it nowadays. Everything's blurring together. I'm getting... I don't know. Hard to concentrate. Alright. What else did I want to talk about? I totally forgot now. There's like one other thing I wanted to mention, but I totally forgot. I lost my train of thought. What was it? Don't you hate it when you had something in mind, but then you totally forgot about it? And then you just never remember it until like several hours later? I don't remember. Oh, damn it. For some reason this always hits me too. Left to right. Left to right. It was up there from... It's from top to bottom. It's not so bad. From left to right for some reason. It's so hard. Something about it. I think it's because also the shape of your heart as well for some reason. I don't know. It makes me think like I have less leeway. Okay, just stand here. I feel like you gotta like dodge the first two waves at least, and then you have a safe spot to move in. But I wonder, well, obviously after that, where do you move? Because sometimes she does two patterns at once. Oh, well. I was gonna say top to bottom is not too bad. I think it's also because, well, I don't know. It feels like you have more space for some reason because it's like wider. You have more space to move in. Like, you know, when you go left to right, there's more space, you know? But when you go like up and down, there's just less space because it's a rectangle, you know? Less space to move in. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, what I wanted to talk about, which is, again, it's not that important of a topic, but I mentioned VTubers, right, earlier? Something about VTubers, and I also mentioned Hatsune Miku. I'm obviously like a big Vocaloid fan, but what kind of appealed to me actually, because you know, I mean, I feel like Vocaloid is actually not as talked about anymore, even though it's very nostalgic for my generation, I feel like, but I don't know if it's as popular. But whenever Vocaloid was ever mentioned, at least online or even in real life sometimes, people who don't really like follow Vocaloid or know about Hatsune Miku, when they, you know, get their first sample of it, they're like, they don't seem to like it, you know? I mean, especially I think it's because, yeah, I talk to people who are like, I guess just musicians, you know, or like into music and all that. And I'm like, Hatsune Miku? And they're like, huh? Because they're like into like mainstream, I don't know, they're like normal music, like the Beatles or something. I don't know what the Beatles? And I'm like, what's the Beatles? Are they like bugs? Anyway. But you know. But yeah, they're usually, they're not really into like Vocaloid, obviously, because they're not weebs, I guess, but and just in general, like anyone who's not really into Vocaloid, a very common, I don't know if it's a complaint, but like a very common feedback I always hear is that they don't like Miku's robotic voice, right? Because Miku's voice is very robotic, and they're like, well, this doesn't sound like a real person. A real person would sing better, is the idea, right? Like the whole point is like, oh, you know, this isn't as good as a real singer. And that may be true in some technical aspects, but I don't know. The thing is, maybe my ears are broken, but I like Miku's robotic voice. In fact, trying to make her more human kind of misses the point. The point is that she does have like a weird robotic tone to her voice, which makes it more special, because that's the point of her mascot, is that she's a robot or android. At least that's the idea behind her design anyway. Because, you know, she's based on a computer software. The whole point, she's a vocal synthesizer. In a way, I mean, she's an instrument, basically. And I prefer that, actually. I don't know. I don't know if it's an uncommon. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's a very uncommon opinion if you already like Vocaloid, but I do feel like people who don't, they always have that as a complaint. And I guess music is subjective, but you know, just like how I don't like rap, but I guess people just don't like the robotic tone. But I don't know, I do. It sounds very nice to me. I prefer the singer to be robotic, you know. And to be honest, even a little autotune is like in the right, you know, in the right song anyway, sounds good to me. Usually, you know, because I remember there was a time where, I mean, I don't know if it's still a thing, but there's a time where people didn't like autotune because it's all, you know, it sounds artificial and fake, and I'm like, yeah, but that sounds cool though. the tone of the artificiality of it actually is kind of cool, you know, especially like a techno song or whatever, right? Because that's the whole point. It's like it's very technology based, I guess, you know, like synths and all that. I like the synth sound. You know, I like the music sounding artificial because, I don't know, like part of it is, I think it's because, you know, video games, right? A lot of video game, especially like older, like chiptune songs are just basically synthesizers. Maybe, I don't know if it's like literally like a synthesizer, but like, it's like the chip, right? It's the sound chip of the card making noises. And it's like, that's the point, right? So to me anyway, auto-tune or anything that sounds artificial like Miku Hatsune adds to the song because it sounds like it's from a video game, you know? Or at least it, you know, it, what's the word? It, conjures up the idea, right? Of like a video game. But that's why I like it, you know? That's why I like Miku Hatsune, that's why I like, kind of like the robot tone to it. So ironically, I'll allow the, like, current generation AI vocal synthesizers, right? The ones that actually sound more human. I mean, I don't hate it. It's kind of cool how like they kind of transform the voices to sound a lot more human, but at the same time, it loses some of the magic for me, you know? I actually like the robotic tone. I guess not, maybe not a lot of people do, but I don't know, but the whole point is that she sounds like a robot. I like the robot sound. Give me the robot sound. It sounds nicer to my ears. You know? Oh, damn it. I was so close. I mean, probably way more rounds still, but you know, it's down there. Look at that. Look at that meter. Getting there. Man, it's a move. It's the move where you left to right, and then you know the tracking shots. That's the one that always gets me. I gotta get better at that one, I guess, but all right. Like, how do you do it? Do you like do a staircase like that? No. Ah, what the heck? Okay, I was messing around. You know what? Reset, because I took unnecessary damage in the first round. I mean, speaking of Miku Hatsune, right? That's I like a lot of the music in this game, for like techno and everything, and obviously the trailer of the game. I think used me. I still haven't confirmed it, but it sounds like Miku, some kind of variation. I'm assuming. But that's the idea, you know? What's the meme? Something about like men's fantasy or something? Like something about like it's supposed to be like a satire thing where like a lady was complaining about like how men have like particular fantasies and like, you know, it's supposed to be like sexist or whatever. I don't know the original origin of the clip necessarily. I just know the meme. But like often it's like the joke is that, you know, this is the male fantasy, and then you show like an anime girl or something, you know. But you know, that's the point. You know, this is the typical male fantasy. Robot. Robot anime girl. Not real, not flesh. You like you flesh. No, robot anime girl. That's what I'm talking about. Made out of circuits. That's the true male fantasy, I guess. Or is that what was the meme? I can't remember. Something like that. This one I hate. Oh, I always get hit by this one. I hate that one so much. I really gotta learn that one, but it's tough. It's tough. I don't know how you do it. I don't know what the strategy is. Probably use like a more reliable strategy, but not sure what it is. Because normally, I guess when I'm thinking about like, when the bullets are coming from top to bottom, you know, I'm usually just moving from left to right. And that's it. I don't need to go up and down. So I guess the equivalent of when the things are going left and right, I should just move up and down, right? But, oh, what the heck? Yeah, okay, oh, that's right. Well, still got hit, but that sucks. I saw a freaking line, just like, can't dodge it at all. Yeah, for like this one, you just go a little bit right, that's it. Oh, I say that as I get hit. Damn it! But that's the idea, though. You just kind of like go. You don't go up and down, go left, right. So I was thinking like maybe when it comes from here like this, you know, I just go up and down. But I can't do that with the freaking tracking bullets, you know? Survive there, I guess. So I've got 1 HP, though. So I'm not gonna survive the rest. But I'll live as long as I can. Just get my practice in, I guess. Gotta get those reps in. Gotta get those reps in. I wonder what the... Oh, oops. I wonder what the... Oh, there you go. I guess it's R2? Or, yeah, R2. I was gonna say, like, what's the button for control? Like, what's the skip button? The equivalent of skip button on the controller is R2, actually, so... I could just do that. Is it only R2? Seems like it, yeah, only R2. Pressing other buttons doesn't seem to do anything. Well, at least I can speed it up a little bit. Three hours so far. 3 hours. 3 hours of my life spent on this boss fight. It's your fault, developer. What's your name again? What's the developer's name again? I want to say Turkane? That's not right. I don't remember now for some bad of names. Anyway, it's the developer's fault. It's their fault. And, you know, they're gonna be like, oh, I gave you a way out. You just had to ask for help. I'm like, no. That's not how it works, developer. You can't ask a gamer, a real gamer, to simply, you know, ask for help. That's the equivalent of going to GameFAQs. It's cheating. You're not allowed. Well, I say that actually. Didn't I use a while? I think I looked up the solution actually. For, you know, that doesn't count. Anyway. You know, because I looked up a solution early on in the playthrough to figure out like how to get one of the endings, but anyway. But look, it's the way you frame it, you know? It's like, it's just the way you frame it. It's like, you know, would you like some help because you suck at video games? You know, essentially that's the implication there. You read between the lines. Hikaru's saying like, oh, you know, yeah, this is a pretty tough fight, and you suck at video games, so you must need help because you're pathetic, and you know you can't play video games properly, stupid. Basically, you know, that's essentially what Hikaru is saying. If she said it in a different way, I would have accepted, but if she said it that way, like as if like I need help. You know? And doesn't count. Also, what the heck? Got hit twice? Really? It's kind of hard to, again, it's a very narrow pixel there, and it's like, I can't move one pixel. Kind of hard to like press... I was testing it there, but obviously you shouldn't test it while this is happening. Like, it's hard to press one pixel. You can't move one pixel. Really hard to do that. You gotta tap it, I guess. Tap it once, and you can't move 2 pixels, you know? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I live by 1 HP, so... I hate that too, like when the flower pattern and... the bars? Like, come on. Gotta tap it, I guess. I'm not used to tapping. Not even halfway to the health bar. Already 1 HP again. Okay, sometimes she does the bar attack and the machine gun, or the flower. I don't know which one's worse. You know, it was hard. It's hard enough to deal with the patterns without her doing like double moves. You know, but why she gotta do that? You know, why you gotta do me? Can't you just allow me to dodge the moves one by one instead of doing both at the same time? Too much. Oh my god. Anyway. Again, not much to say. I can complain about GPU prices. I haven't really looked into how much everything costs really. I just know generally, vaguely, that everything costs a lot. I'm just hoping that I can afford an upgrade, you know? Or if I need an upgrade, probably. When Metal Gear Solid Delta comes out, because I really want to play that. I'm a big, actually, Metal Gear Solid fan, so... On top of, like, if I had to choose my favorite game series, I guess, it's Souls games, but you know, tied with Souls games is probably Metal Gear Solid. I actually really like the Metal Gear Solid games. I only played like, ironically, I only played like 2 and 3 though. You know, 2, 3, a lot of what do you call it? Oh, well, a bit of portable ops and a bit of, what was it called? Peace Walker, I guess. Never finished it though. It's just kind of like, I don't know, because the PSP games are like very mission based, so you end up doing a lot of grinding, which is not fun. So you end up not playing the rest of it and just watch the rest of the cutscenes on YouTube. But anyway, and also a good bit of Metal Gear Solid 5. So Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't know if I count as part of the main Metal Gear Solid series, really. It was like a really high budget spinoff, to be honest. Never played Metal Gear Solid 4 though. You know, I call myself a Metal Gear Solid fan. I never played all the games, but I've watched Metal Gear Solid 4 because it's basically a movie anyway, so... And I never had like a console to play it with, so... Anyway. But I really like Metal Gear Solid 3. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 3 was actually the first Metal Gear Solid game I played, I think. I always play games in the wrong order, especially back in the day when I had to buy physical copies of stuff. But anyway, with Metal Gear Solid Delta, which is the remake, by the way, of Metal Gear Solid 3, I'm looking forward to that, so I want to play it, but I don't know if my computer can handle it. Assuming it's coming to PC, I think it is. I don't remember if it said it was exclusive to consoles. I'm hoping it's not, because I want to play it, you know? But I guess we'll see. Assuming that I'm able to upgrade my computer in time. I don't know when it's gonna come out. I don't think it's ever said that there's like a release date. It just was announced, and I don't think it said like when it's coming out. Probably still in the development stage, you know? I mean, obviously, but like it's not done, basically. But I want to play it. I want to play as Solid Snake, or actually not Solid Snake. Made a mistake there. Canonically, it's Naked Snake. Really? Not Solid Snake, it's Naked Snake. At least in Metal Gear Solid 3. The different Snake. Even though it's like the same voice actor, you know? Same voice actor, also looks the same for the most part. There's a convoluted reason why, but it's just Snake. Really. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, maybe I should have stayed down there. I went up because I was like, oh no, there's a freaking thing gonna attack me on the right, but I guess I should have just stayed still. Man, I always lose all my HP even before the halfway point. If only that didn't happen, you know? If only I didn't get hit as much, you know? That'd be great. But you did no damage, stupid. Haha. Mish. Hopefully I'm safe here. Your move. Monster card, draw. Monster card, draw. Ah. Oh, damn it! What the? Ah, see, like, what am I supposed to do there? I don't know. I'm just kind of stuck there. I don't like the freaking bars because it can freaking. Yeah, it seems like to me anyway, there's unavoidable damage sometimes because of luck. The randomness of it, you know. Unless there's a way to dodge that. I'd be surprised if there was. Sometimes you're just in the wrong position, the wrong time, there's just no way to dodge it. What was there to say? I don't know. I totally forgot. What was I saying? There's something else I want to mention, but I totally forgot again. I'm distracted by this game, obviously. It's like hard to like do two things at once. Gosh, I can't remember. Whatever, just dodge things. Just dodge things. Whatever. Just don't get hit. It'd be really nice if I did not take damage. I mean, especially, I mean, that move isn't so bad. That move is just not bad at all. Like, whatever. This move, I would say, is medium difficulty. This is medium. Because of the way the dots just kind of blend in, like, it's kind of like snow, you know? It's like, it's kind of how it blurs all together. Now this one is hard. I would say this one's the hard pattern. Ah, oh, see? Every freaking... This is medium. It's harder when he does another move on top of this. Oh my god. Say that as I get hit. Ugh. Not fair. Why did she get like 10 million hitboxes and I get 1? No, it's just, this is not fair. This is unjust. I need a lawyer. Better call Saul. I don't know the melody of the Better Call Saul theme. Oh my god! Oh my god! Really? Oh, how did I get hit there? I don't know. Let's see. Did we ask for help? No. Daga kotoru. Oh, it looks like I'm gonna have to save this for another day. I mean, there's still an hour left, but I might just, you know, I will become the PockeDate streamer. I only play this game forever. As it turns out, nobody knew this, but as it turns out, there's a final secret boss. Basically, Sans Undertale, and this is all I will do for the rest of my life, actually. Forever. It is a very, it's a very thematic deconstruction of the looping days of the actual story, actually. It was really relevant. I'm simply playing the game as it's meant to be, and playing it forever. And spending time with Akari for the rest of my life. Or at least until I win, but you know. You know, this is what having a girlfriend is like, by the way. This is the symbolic representation. It's like it's a bullet hell, and you have 5 lives. And if you lose all your lives, you die. That's how it works. Now, that's not too bad if they go up and down. It's just that, yeah. Okay, once you start shooting like that, I can't do that anymore. I can't just go simply up. Or up and down as much as I can. I can't stay in one spot, really. I don't know. Is there a strategy for that? I've noticed that the machine gun tracking bullet pattern, sometimes if you stand still, it actually doesn't reach you for a long time. Maybe, I don't know what the strategy is, but like... I don't know. I can't stay in one spot though. I'm gonna get hit by everything else. It seems like, again, if you stay in one spot, you can dodge a lot of bullets just by staying in one spot, but like eventually you can't stand there forever though. You have to eventually move. I'm surprised I didn't get there. I thought I miscalculated. Definitely miscalculated there. Always 1 HP, 1 HP. Barely even halfway, 1 HP and I die. Here we go again. Attack for 3 damage. Ugh. My ears hurt. Not because of the game, it's just my headphones. Always uncomfortable, I don't know. I never find a good spot. Put my headphones in, they always cause pain eventually. You know, that's why I was considering... I don't know if I mentioned this before actually, but that's why I was considering buying... What do you call it? I don't actually know what you call it. It's these like old, like Panasonic... Like, not old as in like the headphones are like literally old, but like it's old style, I guess. These Panasonic like... over, like, they're like on the ear, I guess, but like... They have an ear loop, so they really just hang on your ears. And they're pretty cheap. I think like 15 bucks or something. I don't know. But I don't know what you call them actually. Like, they're not like open ear or like over the ear, because that's a different type of headphone. But they're these like, again, they're like, they have ear loops, I guess. You know? And they're like a giant speaker, essentially. A round speaker attached to some ear loops and just kind of hang it on your ears. Because I do have the kind of like the... like wireless ones like that. They're like, again, they're kind of relatively cheap wireless open ear headphones, I guess. Or not headphones, but earbuds, I guess you call them. But the idea is that instead of like having those little ear tips that you'll always just put in your ear, because I try to feel like that, like IEMs, but I never found them all that comfortable because they just kind of get very sweaty in there. And I don't like pushing freaking earwax into my ear. Kind of like a cotton swab, and it just gets uncomfortable there. And I swear I might have caused permanent damage inside there by stuffing things in my ear. I don't know. I only did a little bit, but I don't know. I just feel like something's just wrong now. Not the same, not sure. But yeah, I prefer not to just push things in my ear. And so I bought these like open ear wireless earbuds. I think they're called True Free or something. From Amazon. Well, it's not made by Amazon, but I bought it on Amazon. And at first I was skeptical because people say like, oh, you know, it sounds really bad. It's equivalent of just putting speakers on your ears or whatever. But like, I tried it, I got it, and I tried it, and it's like, it works. It's not as good as like wearing proper headphones. It is the equivalent of just putting speakers next to your ear, but it's comfortable, you know, because that's what I want it for, right? It's kind of hangs on your ear, has ear loops. It doesn't touch your ear, at least you know, your inner ear or whatever, or like the ear hole anyway. It kind of just rests like right outside of it, and so it doesn't have a lot of sound isolation, obviously. So you can't really use it in like a really loud area, you know. But it works for me. I like using it. The only problem is that because it's wireless, which is convenient when I'm just like doing whatever. Sometimes I like having it so I can listen to music while I'm just lying on my bed, for example. But it's not great. Like, for example, like when I'm streaming right now, I don't want to use like wireless earbuds or headphones, which ironically, not ironically, but for some reason is like more common now, by the way. Like wired headphones are less common than wireless for some reason. I don't know, but I don't like it because of latency. There's a bit of latency because it's Bluetooth. Oh, what the? Developer! Developer, hello? Developer? What was that? What am I supposed to do there, huh? You kidding me? Like, what am I supposed to... How am I supposed to dodge that? Come on. Bullshit. Anyway. Screw you, developer. Turnox. Angry. Anyway, okay, anyway. I'm just salty, but still, I feel like that's a bit unfair. How am I supposed to dodge that? Hello? Anyway. Something about, yeah, earphones or earbuds. Yeah, I don't like wireless though because there's latency. It goes through Bluetooth, and Bluetooth has just, you know, a few milliseconds. Not even a few, like a significant amount of milliseconds of latency. That's noticeable. It's not so bad when if you just listen to music or you just, you know, watching something that doesn't really require you to like sync it with anything. But when I'm streaming or, you know, recording content, it's not great because then I'll be reacting to things, you know, in the like it'll be desynced and reacting to things late. I feel like I don't know. Not even just reacting, but also just in general. Like it'll be like desynced from the video, the audio in the video. You know, you always hear the audio a little bit later than the video and everything, so it's just a little bit off. So that's the downside. Sometimes it's not noticeable, and maybe it's like a thing. I think sometimes certain websites actually account for that and actually automatically sync the audio with the video. I'm not sure. Like on YouTube, for example. But, you know, when you're just playing like a video game, whatever, it just kind of doesn't work because there's a bit of a desync. At least in my opinion, it just feels wrong, so that's why I don't like wireless. Anyway, but that's the reason why I'm looking into getting a wired version. Again, it's like the old style Panasonic headphones that, I forget what we call them, but like they're, yes, an equivalent, right? Like open ear headphones? I don't know how to describe it that way. But that's what I want. Mainly because I want something that I can wear for a long time, 4 to 5 hours specifically, without my ears getting hurt, you know, or not getting hurt, but rather getting sore, I guess. When I wear any kind of headphone for so long, it just, you know, hurts my ears. You squish it in like one place for so long. But I don't know. Not sure if it's better though, because you still gotta like put it on your ears. I don't know, I guess maybe if I try it out eventually. I'm not sure. I haven't ordered it or anything. I'm just looking into it. I'm not sure if it's good or not, but anyway, those are just my random thoughts about like headphones. Oh my god. I hate that move, especially the flower one and the lines, you know. So I feel like it's just luck whether or not you actually are in a safe spot. Very annoying. Oh, all right. I really gotta pay attention. Whenever I see these lines, I just stop talking. I really like see like, I mean, I feel like you get soft locked anyway. Well, not soft locked, but like you can't avoid damage. But maybe if I pay really hard attention, really focus, maybe I can find a way out. Eyes are getting tired. I gotta blink. Your move. Alright, let me drink some water. People say Souls games are hard. People say Toho is. I mean, Toho is probably harder. But I was gonna say, you know, like hard games. You never played PockeDate, the final boss. That's a hard game. I'm surprised nobody talked about this boss, you know? Again, people will probably just use the help, but like, I don't know. It doesn't count if you do that. It just doesn't count, okay? It just doesn't. You're not supposed to get help. What are you, a baby? I bet you play on easy mode. Disgusting. You have to play on normal mode. You know, I was gonna say like, You gotta play on normal mode like a real gamer. Like, not hard mode, normal mode. The way the game is designed. Because usually that's how it is. Usually the game is usually designed on normal mode. I feel like. Ah! Oh, not this one. No, no. No. Again, it's not so bad. Oh, hey, not so bad if I can just stay one spot and go up and down, but can't do that if she's shooting at the same time. So, double checking if I close the door. I hear some background noise, but whatever. Or am I? Is it the game? I don't know. Or maybe I'm hallucinating. I could be crazy. I fought this boss for so long, I went insane. This might not be real even. I might be just dreaming this. Huh? It's a nightmare, actually. Alright, 2 hearts and half health. At least it's not 1 heart. Well, at least there's that. I gotta blink. Ah, my eyes. I'm just grinding away. Anything left to say, by the way? Again, it's like I'm really bad at like filling in dead air when there's not much to say. Oh, I gotta concentrate. I mean, it's not so bad without the extra bullets, but still hard. But, I don't know, fill in dead air. I don't know. I don't know about. I don't know. It's all gray now. Isn't that great? It's gray. Uh-oh. I hate this one. Oh, damn it. I mean, this one's not... I was gonna say it's not too bad, still got hit, but it's actually less... I feel like less difficult than the one where the bullets go from left to right. Somehow that's like harder. Where's my healing option? Where can I use items? You know, that's what you do in RPGs. You chug 500 healing items. This is when I save all of my full elixirs. Full HP elixirs. And just spam them at the final boss. Come on. Got hit there. A dumb death, but whatever. It's not like I was gonna survive any more than that anyway. Alright. One more time. And we keep going. Never give up. Always stubbornly do the same thing and expect different results. And people say like that's... You know, people always say like that's a definition of insanity, but like that's not the definition of insanity, but also it's like where did it come from anyway? What does it mean by insanity? I don't know. I guess it kind of makes sense in the sense like it's not a literal definition of insanity, it's more so it is a representation of insanity. But I'm not sure, eh? Just going through the motions. Gosh, I ran out of things to say. I don't know. Nothing to talk about except not dying. I mean, it's better. Better not to talk, but I don't like that air though. So, I don't know. It's a very, very, very hard predicament. You do better when you don't speak. At the same time, it's not very entertaining if you just don't speak the whole time. What's the point? Oh, God, I was doing well too. That's why I wasn't speaking. I was like, oh, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the run. Nope. It really reminds me, I already talked about this, but it really reminds me of Nier Automata. And the Nier Automata was so stubborn. I think I spent like an extra couple hours just trying to get that final stage without relying on mechanics to actually get me through it. But like, it just, I don't know, it wasn't worth it because I ended up giving up anyway. That's why I'm really adamant about not using help this time. I am reminded of my failure to beat that final stage in Nier Automata without relying on the the assistance. What you're supposed to do. It's like the whole theme of the game is like, like a whole song. It's like emotional and dramatic, and you have to like, oh, and this is all the people who also went on this journey with you. It's supposed to be like this thing. It's like, oh, you connect with people around the world, and I'm like, no, I reject your community. I do this for myself. It's like, was it? Again, I never watched the anime, but isn't there like all for one and one for all? It's that idiom. Is that idiom or a phrase? I don't know, but like it's like an actual like power in My Hero Academia, or like what was it, like one for all? You're supposed to power up, whatever, because the power of friendship. But then there's the villain who's like all for one. It's like all of this power belongs to me because he like, I think, absorbs the powers of other people, something like that. You see, I'm the villain though. I'm the villain. Because all I ever wanted was to show the world that, you have to be strong for yourself and not for others. Or something like that, I don't know. You should rely on others. Ah, damn it. I say that as I hit twice. You should not rely on others to do what needs to be done. You need to do it yourself. Because when you think about it, the power of friendship is just kind of unfair. It's like going to a fight, imagine like, I don't know, like it's in like, I don't know, like a very typical, like stereotypical, like anime, like delinquent gang fight or whatever. It's like you're supposed to be like fighting honorably 1v1, but then when one guy starts losing, and it's like all his other friends help him, and then they beat you up or something. It's like, that's just unfair. I thought this was like an honor duel, 1v1. But no, apparently all your friends come and help out. How's that fair? That's just cheating. Imagine like in a boxing match. When one guy starts losing, he starts calling his friends, and they come over and help him beat the other guy up. That's not fair. How's that fair? But I was gonna say, like, apparently it's okay if you're the hero, you know? Apparently it's okay when you're the protagonist, you get to gang up on everyone else. Aren't you the bully? You know, who's the real bad guy here? Who's the real villain? It's the very definition of cowardice. Hide behind others. Or something like that. I'm only half joking, really. It doesn't really matter. But I do think that is the mentality, actually. When you're like when you know you think you're the good guy, you basically it's fine if you do it. But like it's not okay when other people do it, you know. I just think about like Dark Souls, you know, PvP. Like in Dark Souls PvP, you know, it's like often, especially in the more modern games, you really only get invaded if you have friends with you, right? Like summons. You know, you get invaded by like, you know, like another player who like tries to kill you and all that. But, you know, they're the bad guy for some reason. When you and two of your other buddies just run up to the invader and smack him in the face. Because, well, I don't know, people also underestimate like how hard it is actually to fight off like multiple opponents. I mean, like in the video game, but also in real life. Like in an actual fight, you know? When you're like outnumbered, it's not like it is like in the movies, you know, where you do like a fancy flip move and somehow get a double kill or something, you know? It's like, that's not how that works. Usually it's like really, really hard actually. I mean, assuming that the people attacking you are like complete pushovers, if they know how to actually just, you know, throw a punch at least, it's actually exponentially harder. You could be like an expert martial artist, but like if you have like 5 guys who barely know how to fight, but, you know, they're not like, again, complete babies, they'll probably, you know, beat you up, you know, so doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how like skillful you are, it's just like, most likely you'll probably be overwhelmed by multiple opponents. And people underestimate that, you know? And that's why it's unfair, you know, when the anime shonen protagonists use the power of friendship, you know? Basically, they're cheating, okay? And that's why I want an anime where the good guy freaking gets beat up because he relies too much on his friends and never learns from his mistakes, and then, I don't know, something like that. Cool. I mean, in fact, that could be a game, actually, you know? Isn't that cool? Like, you know, Undertale-esque, like, a game that like breaks the fourth wall or something. I might not break the fourth wall, but like, you know, goes against the tropes, right? Or like you start off as a protagonist that relies on his friends, and then you just never level up and all that. But then suddenly, once you actually have to do something on your own, you freaking get bodied, or something like that. Or maybe like all your friends betray you. You know, it could be like a dark game, dark story of like, I don't know, like Persona, right? It's like a Persona game, and it's like you get all these social links, but then all your friends betray you at the end or something. I don't know. I just think that would be interesting. Maybe a little bit too real, but I don't know. Again, I like games that make the player uncomfortable, so. I don't like cozy games. I want games to make me uncomfortable. Okay? I want the freaking game to punish the player for being a good person. In fact, I think, yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, that's the thing I think about, actually. Because recently, I guess I was playing Age of Wonders 4, but like, there's an alignment system where like you can be good or evil, and I feel like just being a good person just rewards you overall, long term. And it's just better to play like a good faction, you know? Like good alignment faction anyway. But that's also kind of true like in a lot of karmic systems in video games. Just being a good person, quote unquote, or just choosing the, you know, the binary like moral choice, you know, good guy choice, bad guy choice, you know, whenever that is a thing anyway. It's just almost always better to choose the good guy choice. I don't know. You just be like a weirdo if you ever choose the bad guy choice. It just never makes any sense. Choose the bad guy choice. Any reasonable person would just choose the good guy choice thing, you know? But that's the problem, right? Because the game almost always rewards you for being the good guy. Like if you choose the good guy choice, you don't really lose anything. If anything, you gain more experience points. You level up, and you know you get like a cool like good guy weapon or whatever. Very rarely, and maybe I haven't seen enough examples of this, but very rarely do video games punish you for doing the good guy thing, right? That would be an interesting game, actually. Maybe there's games like that, maybe. I think maybe like Fear and Hunger a little bit. So it's not really like a main thing in the games. It doesn't have a karma system, but I guess there's a few things you can do in that game where like if you... For example, you can like sell the child in Fear and Hunger to like get a claymore or something. I guess you can do something like that. But you know, generally speaking, if you know, be the good guy in a video game, you're never really punished. You know, again, at best you get like a better reward really down the line, and at worst it's kind of neutral where like, you know, you would have gotten the same reward as you would have gotten anyway doing it normally without using the good guy choices. So yeah, I think it would be kind of a very interesting game if there's an RPG where by staying true to your values and, you know, like being a pacifist or like, I mean, it depends, I guess, but you know, being a pacifist or, you know, being generous or being kind, being compassionate actually punishes you. You get like a debuff, or like, you know, you lose out on like good items and stuff like that. The more of a good guy route you do, the harder the game gets actually. And I don't know what it says about me and my outlook on society, but like I feel like that would be kind of cool actually. Kind of deconstruct the whole like, you know, protagonist that just does good deeds and somehow always just is better off for it for some reason. Which is, you know, sometimes true, because you have a good reputation and all that, but you can also be evil, you know? That's called being a politician, by the way. You can just be seen as a good person, but also just do evil things. But anyway, you know. But sometimes I feel like being like a Samaritan, you know, being like a good person requires sacrifice. And in video games anyway, you tend not to really sacrifice much. Except maybe like giving 10 gold pieces to like a random beggar, you know, you get like +5 karma or something in like Fallout. But otherwise, it doesn't require like real sacrifice, and it'll be interesting if there was. It'd be kind of cool. I wonder if there's a game, probably there's a game like that, but maybe not in the style or genre that I would like, but I wish there would be, right? Some kind of like interesting like RPG, or like, you know, like Undertale-esque, or like it plays with the tropes, you know, it's a little bit unconventional. It'd be kind of cool, like if you choose all the cliche like good guy choices, the game actually punishes you. But like, it'll be interesting because, you know, it really shows you the value of doing good things despite, you know, despite it, right? Despite being punished for it, you still do the good thing, and you know that would play out as the story, I guess. And I don't know what the moral would be, but like, it'd be like be like that thing, you know, what's that quote? I don't know the quote, but like something about like how your true self is only shown if nobody's watching you, right? Would you still like, I don't know, rob a bank, you know, if you would never have been found out, I guess? Well, I don't know if it's equivalent, because I mean, who cares? Well, as long as no one gets hurt anyway, you know, if you rob a bank, isn't it that bad really? Like, cash is like, I don't know, doesn't mean anything. I guess at worst you kind of inflate the economy a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, but I was gonna say, you know, something like, you know, like who you are like as a person, you know, truly is when nobody's looking, basically. Maybe kind of like a game about that. I think that would be kind of cool. But then I guess, I don't know. But then that kind of game would be... I'm not sure how ethical it would be. Because I'm not sure what the lesson would be if people take it the wrong way. And be like, actually, being evil is great, you know? So you just do all the evil things and get like, you know, super rare items or something in this, you know, hypothetical supposed RPG that's vague and not really like a real RPG. But in this hypothetical RPG where you just do all the evil things and you just get a lot of like rewards for it, like I feel like the lesson would be then just be evil, you know? But I don't know. Just be a horrible person and then you get all the rewards. Easy, just be a sociopath. I don't know. I mean, probably if I were to make this hypothetical game, then you know, if you make all the evil choices, the game would be like super easy. But obviously, the conclusion of the story would probably be like, I don't know, fucking you know, demons eat your face or something like that. Oh, damn it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what the... Oh my god. I lost all my health in that one round. Seriously? It really is the flower plus... like flower pattern? I don't know, you call it flower pattern? I'm not sure, like spiral pattern, Uzumaki? I don't know. For some reason I think flower, but yeah, it's a circular like flower pattern plus the explosions. The explosions ironically are not that hard by itself, but once you add the fact that you have to move around, it's like that's when it gets tough. Because well, you not only have to move around, you have to stay in one spot so you don't get hit by the other bullets, right? That's the hard part. When you have to move around, then there's not a lot of space to move around. Again, one heart, half HP. Here we are again. Nothing's really changed, has it? It's always stuck at 1 HP. Why can't I just not have 1 HP? Why can't I have like 10 HP? What if I heal, you know? Why is there no healing mechanic, you know? Where's the healing mechanic? Where can I cast Cure Light Wounds? And wouldn't that be great? Where's my limit break, you know? Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! Bom bom bom. Here we go. Here we go again. You know, speaking of unconventional RPG mechanics, for the longest time, you know, I feel like it was like a fever dream, but I remember reading about like a random game and its mechanics. And well, for the longest time, I was looking for what this game was. But essentially, I read somewhere, and I think it was a Wikipedia article, just randomly. I don't know what I was doing. I was just found a random game, I guess. But it was a game about the idea of aging, I guess. The idea is that, like, well, I don't know, like, it was I believe the director or developer's, like, vision of the game, where the more you level up, the more you lose your abilities, right? That's the idea. Like, imagine like a typical JRPG, but the more XP you get, the worse you get, actually. I think I conflated it with the director's, like, inspiration of the idea. Like, the idea is that it's supposed to be like, you know, dementia, basically, or Alzheimer's. But I might have, like, maybe that's, I forget if that's exactly what the story was, or it was just the inspiration, you know? Like a relative that he knew was obviously aging and, like, you know, losing his sense of self, and it's really sad and all that. But basically turned into a video game, you know? Like, turn that into a video game, please. So the idea is that the protagonist, you know, the more he levels up, the more abilities that he loses. So it turns into, like, some kind of, like, a weird mechanic where you don't want to fight, basically, and, like, accidentally, like, level up. You want to avoid that, maybe, or at least try to. But I think the idea is that inevitably, you know, just like aging, you end up, you know, losing your abilities anyway. Doesn't really matter, but that's the idea, right? So the point is that it goes against the it's supposed to go the conventions of a regular RPG, where you're supposed to, like, grind a whole bunch and get a lot bunch of XP level ups. But really, if you do that, you end up worse off, actually. That's the point. And I remember reading about the game. I forget the name of the game. I think I found it, but I forgot again. But I found it again at some point. But I remember, like, trying to look for it. You know, I swear, like, it was real, right? I thought it wasn't. I mean, I swear it was real, but I tried to Google it, but I can't find it, right? I try to search for, like, what is a game where when you level up in age, you actually lose abilities or whatever, and I couldn't find it. It doesn't seem to exist when I Google it anyway. I even used ChatGPT, you know, it's like, it couldn't find it. And I swear, I thought I made it up or something, you know, kind of like the evil farming game, you know, or whatever, that people on the internet thought existed as well. That was my evil farming game, you know, the aging RPG, where you level up and you lose abilities, or you get, you know, you lose HP or whatever, you lose your stats. But I think I eventually found it. I was a little disappointed, though, because it sounded kind of cool in my head, right? It was supposed to be this, like, I mean, honestly, a little depressing, you know, like depressing RPG, where, like, it's supposed to be like, you know, after you fight the evil bad guy, it's like you're retired now, and then you just eventually age and die, you know? It's supposed to be, like, somber, you know? It's supposed to be like a reflection of life. Yeah, deconstruction of, like, the JRPG, you know, genre, right? But actually, when I found it, it didn't seem that good. You know, like, the reviews say it's, like, kind of bad. And, like, it seems to be, like, a generic, like, anime RPG, actually, you know? So it doesn't seem all that interesting, actually, but in my head it sounded cool. I don't know. It's a neat idea. I wish it was done well, actually. You know? Like, a deconstruction of, like, JRPG, like you're at the end of your, like, hero career, and, you know, nobody gives a shit anymore, and then you freaking just die in a freaking alley or something, drunk or something. I don't know. Sounds depressing, but, like, I don't know. That sounds like a cool game to me. I mean, that's basically Disco Elysium, I guess, but, like, you know, in a different way. But yeah. Again, the real game, though, was a disappointment. I forget the name of the game now, but I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, because I misremember so many details, but I'm pretty sure I found the game, and it was like, again, it looked like a very generic, like, Japanese RPG, actually. It has, like, that mechanic, sort of, but, like, it doesn't really expand on it that much, and doesn't really become, like, a thing, really. Like a small aspect of the game. And the idea is, like, it, you know, I think it's like a roguelike in a way, like you restart every time or something, and I don't know, I'm not sure, but it just looked like a very generic RPG. Just imagine like a generic anime, and it's basically that. Doesn't seem all that interesting. It wasn't the dark fantasy, RPG that I was hoping that it would be, actually. Because that's what I want. I want like I don't know, an RPG with dark themes. I don't know, dark or maybe just mature themes, really. A lot of RPGs are kind of like, I don't know, they feel like they're just made for kids. Even the ones that are iconic and all that, they just end up being like kind of cliche and not that deep. I don't know. But ironically, I mean, I'm sure there are like mature RPGs out there, mature video games out there. But the ones that I see, if they have the like mature themes and all that, the aesthetics, don't appeal to me. So like that's the problem. Like it's like a dungeon crawler or something. I don't know. Doesn't appeal to me. Obviously, the exception is Dark Souls. Obviously, when obviously my taste in video games is definitely you can tell just from Dark Souls. It's like that's exactly what I want. I want more of that, but like slightly different. Not just the mechanics, but also the general like vibe of it, one heart, half HP. Great. Here we go again. Okay, whatever. I wasn't going very far with that run anyway. Let's go again. Oh damn, it's already 4 hours? Really? Oh my god. It's already 4 hours? I just glanced at my OBS studio timer thing. I feel like I'm nowhere near close winning. I got kind of close a few times, but man, I'm still kind of taking a lot of damage in the same boss patterns. So. I also remember looking up, like, I was wondering if there was a guide on the boss and all that. I only saw, like, one post about it, really. Somebody mentioned how, like, oh, the final boss is really hard, whatever, on the Steam discussions. And the only advice I was given was like, oh, you gotta go up and down sometimes, and left and right. Oh, and if you say yes, if you lose a few times, and you say yes, you get more damage, or whatever, but, like, I don't know. That doesn't help. I want the real strategy, What's the real strategy? And maybe it's because I don't play Toho a lot, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really like a big bullet hell fan, to be honest. I feel like most Toho fans aren't, actually, I don't know, like, I feel like a lot of Toho fans have not actually played the main Toho games, ironically. I think they just like the anime girls. Which, to be fair, is like, I don't know, it's very much popular franchise because of the fan art, I guess. We just know the characters. They don't really know the game. Personally, I like Toho mostly because of the music. Obviously the original music, but also the remix of the original songs. Very catchy. Also very popular, right? Wasn't there the Bad Apple, often gets what's the word? It gets viewed, I guess, this is like a very popular music video of Bad Apple, which is based on a Toho song and Toho franchise in general, so. Well, I'm in it mostly for the music. No, I can't. I was trying to think of the melody, but I can't. Doing good so far. Waiting for it to come tumbling down pretty soon. Yeah, this one's not so bad. Just gotta keep moving. Ugh! Okay, never mind. I jinxed myself, but I was gonna say, just gotta keep moving to the right. I always tense up, you know, when the heart like is all the way on the right. Even though it makes no sense. Like in the racing game, you know, where you like turn the controller left and right, even though it doesn't do anything. What? Oh, come on. Unless you have motion controls, I guess. I'm using motion controls. Isn't that like a meme, sort of? In Mario Kart? Like, I'm using motion control. It's like a default message you can send. It's just silly for some reason. Like, I don't know what it means. I mean, it means you're using motion controls, but like for some reason it just comes off as like smug for some reason. It's like, I'm using motion controls. You're all pathetic. I have motion controls. You fool. You've activated my trap card. It's motion controls. I don't know. Oh my god! Oh my, what? What are you supposed to do? Okay, well, this is just hell. This is, oh, hell, okay. Anyway, so this is part of the stream where I like... I don't know. I mean, this is the entire stream, really. But I was just gonna say, like, this is the part of the stream where I just talk about things nobody cares about. That's usually the case anyway, but... I was just gonna mention, and maybe this is something you should mention to a doctor, really, but like... But I mentioned before, like, I've been trying to work out more recently. Like, lift weights and all that. You know, do you even lift, bro? Really just dumbbells at home, really, but, you know. But I feel like, my back, you know, my upper back is, like, really sore. I think it's because I try to, like, you know, improve my pull-ups. As in, like, to do a pull-up, really, in general. I've been doing, like, negative pull-ups, really. Which is the idea of, like, you know... You assist yourself to get to the top, and then you like control yourself on the way down, something like that, to get better at like doing a pull-up, so you can like do like a real full pull-up eventually. So I've been doing that, and I've been trying to like, you know, do it more often, at least 3 times a week, in order to, because that's the recommended, you know, amount of workouts you should do for like a muscle anyway, 2 to 3 times a week. But I don't know. I think it's been causing my upper back damage? Like, unrecoverable damage. Like, normally you are supposed to feel a little bit sore. You know, it's called DOMS, I guess, or Delayed Onset Muscle Soreness. And I feel it in my other muscles usually, and it gets better within a day or two. But like for my upper back, for some reason, it just continues to be sore, and I'm not sure what it is. Some kind of like weird, deep damage I've done to my back, so... Basically what I'm trying to say is I might have... caused back problems, ironically. Trying to like strengthen my back, I've caused some weird back problems, so I don't know. I'm just wondering what I should do. I think I'm planning on like just backing off, basically, and not doing it too much. But I've also heard that you shouldn't just not do any exercise, because, you know, you end up making the muscles weak if you don't exercise it at all. Maybe, you know... I mean, there's something called deloading, is what it's called in the weightlifting, you know, terminology or jargon. deloading just means like, you know, just not doing as much really, and just letting your muscles recover is the idea. But I don't know, I've heard that it's not really something like beginners do, you know? Beginners are like people who like, they've only been training for like a year or so. You know, really deloading really becomes a thing if you have been weightlifting for like, I don't know, like 3 to 5 years or even more. Because that's when it becomes a problem, you know, when you're like really, like already like freaking have a lot of muscles and you do need more recovery. So I don't know. I don't know if I need to do that, but it really does feel like I think I might have injured my back doing too much. I don't know. And again, this is something like I should tell a doctor, but I don't know, I have nothing else to mention, so nothing else to talk about except my own body. My own decrepit, dying body. So, that's just me, I guess. I don't know. Restart. I got hit like twice. Come on, try again. That wasn't even like a hard pattern. I don't know. You shouldn't reset though. I don't know. Like in general, like in video games, like you do like a speed run, you're practicing a speed run, or like you're doing a boss fight. You really shouldn't reset really because you want to build up that muscle memory. But like, it's really a psychological thing, really. Like when you do really bad early on, you really just want to reset because it doesn't feel like a good run, you know? Like you've already lost like early on, so you just want to reset. Even though again, like, it doesn't really matter. It's more about just learning muscle memory and like recognizing the patterns. But I'm gonna reset anyway. I really do feel like I probably have to do this on another day. Most likely. Kinda sucks because I feel like it's kinda like waste the whole day, but oh well. That's just life. Who was I to believe that I actually, you know, I was afraid that I finished the fight too early or something, you know, and I would have nothing to play. But nope. Turns out, I overestimated myself, maybe. And so therefore, I have plenty of time, you know? Or, not, or rather the opposite, rather. Like, I don't have any time at all to do anything else. It's just suffering. Suffering. All it is suffering. Life is suffering. What was it? It's a German 985 thing. A joke. In one of his streams. Like, life is pain. Life is pain! Or, like, what do you say? Like, life is pain! I hate... Like, he was doing a Connect stream or something. It's like recording, like, a line. Like, his catchphrase. He just suddenly blurted out, like, life is pain! I hate it! But like he didn't say the whole line, actually. The game didn't capture the whole line. It was actually like, life is pain, I hate everything, or whatever, but the game didn't record it. So it's like, life is pain, I hate. But ain't that true? Life is pain. It is constant pain forever. Especially if you try to fight this boss fight without engaging in the mechanics of the game and simply trying to beat it normally. Ah! No. Battle again. Again. Oh, come on. It's funny. The game doesn't, by the way, the game doesn't pause when you press the start button. No pausing! People aren't, I was gonna say, people aren't complaining about that, you know, about this game. I'll probably never, like, reach this point and bother to, like, fight it, like, without the assistance, but, you know, people complain about that, about Dark Souls, you know? How, like, it's a common complaint. Don't know how, you know, how much validity it has, but it's common, where people often say, like, they don't like the fact that in the Souls games you can't actually pause the game. You know, when you go to the menu and everything, the game is still going, and so you can never actually pause. Like, for example, if you need to randomly go, randomly, oh no, there's an emergency, the house is on fire, you know, you can't pause the game, and it's annoying because, you know, then you have to restart. But, like, I don't know, not that bad. Especially in the later games. In the early games I understand, because if you die in the middle of like a area or like a boss fight, it's really annoying to run back, you know, to where you were before. But in Elden Ring, you know, at least, again, more modern Souls games, it's a little like more forgiving, actually. The checkpoints are more forgiving, so if really there's an emergency, just put down the controller. Just take the L and just do something else for your life. I don't know. You can come back to it later. You don't have to pause the game. If anything, for like a hard boss fight, if you pause in the middle, let's say, and then you have to take a significant amount of time off, you kind of lose your concentration anyway, so it's like whatever. Not a big deal, you know? In my opinion. Also, hello, Kewa, by the way. You're 4 hours late. I mean, that's pretty much the end of the stream. If you want to watch, I mean, obviously you can watch the VOD. It's like, I don't really want to, like, force people to watch me. Though that's an idea, you know? It's just, like, simply become an authoritarian dictator. And simply force the entire country to watch your streams. That's how you become, you know, like a famous content creator. No, I was gonna say though, you know, if you do want to catch the stream, I always stream them generally around the same time, so it's 12 o'clock Eastern time. That's when I stream. So I do have a consistent schedule. At least on the weekends, rather, you know, because I always stream on the weekends. But, you know, you can always just catch the VODs. You can just watch the VODs. It doesn't matter. But, well, for this stream in particular, though, it's nothing interesting. It's just me rambling about... It's just me rambling about random things. I died at this boss for like 4 hours and suffering. So, not that. It's not like you miss much. So... And I was hoping to have beaten this boss by now, and doing something else in my life. But yet again, I get stuck doing like arbitrary challenges that I don't need to do. Oh well. Oh my god, how are you supposed to dodge that? Here we go again. I'm hoping the developer doesn't update the game, actually. Well, it reminds me of Elden Ring, actually. Is there, like... In Elden Ring, the final boss of DLC, by the way, without too much spoilers, I guess, did have a patch to make the boss doable, because it had some moves that were near impossible to dodge, I feel like. So they toned it down, basically, to make it easier. But I beat that boss before it was patched, you know? So, none of it matters, but I beat that boss pre-patch, okay? So I did it the hard way. And so, I want to beat this boss. Hopefully... I mean, I don't think the developer will really patch it, but like hopefully before if it gets patched, I don't want it to be easier. So I want to like beat it the way I want it to. So hopefully the developer doesn't do that. That's what I'm trying to say. Hopefully they don't do it like a thing where like they patch it to be like, actually now you can beat her solo more easily. Ha, update like 1.4 or something. Made up number, but I don't want that. You know, I want to beat it the right way. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. I might even practice off screen. I don't know, but the thing is, I kind of don't want to like do this off screen because what if I accidentally win? You know, it'd be like, you know, then you miss the moment. Not if anyone cares, but like, I don't know. It feels kind of. He was kind of anticlimactic, or how do I pronounce it? Like I can't speak. Anticlimactic? Is that how you pronounce it? Anticlimactic. Anticlimactic. If I simply beat the boss like off screen, I could spend like a long time just doing it on my own, just like listening to YouTube videos, you know, in the background. But I don't know. Again, what if I accidentally beat it though? Wouldn't that be like weird? I'd be able to show it off, you know. I guess I could be recording the whole time, but I don't know. I mean, I guess that's what normal people do. You know, because there are YouTube channels out there that are like focused on challenge runs, and they just like fight like hard bosses and with like a lot of challenge rules on top of it. So I guess they would just record the whole footage instead, especially the ones that don't have commentary. I'm just reminded of that one particular YouTuber who does like a hard Souls challenges. Onibal, or how do you pronounce her name? Onibal or something. They're like, I remember they're like, their YouTube profile picture is the guy from Sekiro, except it has the freaking like AI filter, you know, where it turns his face into a big smile or something like that. I think it was that, or was it someone else? I'm not sure. But anyway, there are people like that out there, and then I assume they just record the whole footage and then they show off the one where they won. Obviously, I guess you could do that, but I'm lazy though. I kind of don't want to have like a full, especially because the gigabytes, you know, it's kind of like a lot of footage. I don't want to do that off screen. I imagine by the end of this, though, I'm gonna be expert at this. I don't know. Assumedly. I'm gonna be so good at this. That's me like on copium, you know? I'm huffing copium. Be like, just imagining myself being so good at this part. I'll be the expert. And they'll be like, wow, you beat this random boss fight with an arbitrary challenge attached to it that you didn't need to do. Wow, amazing. Oh, goddamn. Oh my god. Not that it matters, but whatever. Again, half health, 1 heart. My limit, I don't know. I mean, did I accidentally pressed yes. Hold on. Is there like a way to reset that? You're kidding me? I didn't want that. Well, I mean, good thing I have a save backup, but that's annoying. Well, I don't know. It's a good time to stop anyway. I mean, I guess I can like make sure. Let me see. there a way to like use my backup? I should make a backup of the backup in case. Let's see. PC games. Where did I save it? Backup saves. PockeDate. Name it actually. The one from yesterday. That. There. Where's the files? Not there. It will be under app data. Roaming maybe? I forget where it is again. Local, I think? PockeDate, there you go. So let me make a backup of this backup, just in case. I guess I'm gonna close the game. Exit. Turn off PC. Alright. Let me just test real quick. I want to make sure I can reload the proper backup. Proper save. Or unless... Oh, maybe this is the backup from before, actually. Oh, maybe well, whatever. It's fine. If I have to, I'll replay the game, I guess, but... So what was this save? Because I had a backup before. Right, okay, well this is back here. Oh, the game is not captured, by the way. Right, this is like back here when I have all the things, but I haven't actually got to the point where... I mean, all it is like, you just have to like go to the real world and say yes, basically. So, not that bad. Anyway. Alright, but I think that'll be it for today. I accidentally asked for help, which is annoying, because I didn't want that. I didn't want help. So I have to like go through the part again. I should make another backup in case I accidentally press yes again, so I should probably save it for that. Anyway, but I think that'll be it for today. Unfortunately, I couldn't beat the final boss or whatever. Maybe I'll come back to it. It's kind of annoying. I don't know. I don't know if anybody will be interested, but like, I'm probably just gonna do it again for next time. I'll save it for next time though, so... But today was just a lot of suffering, really. So, there you go. Anyway. Let me just press the little button there. So let me just mention, my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, noon Eastern time. Next time, I don't know, I'll continue to do it. Maybe I'll practice a little bit off screen first. I don't know, but I guess we'll see. I really want to be... I mean, this reminds me of Irisu Syndrome, actually. Because a long time ago, I played Irisu Syndrome. Also had, like, a really hard, like, game inside of it, basically. That if you get, like, a high score, you get, like, a special, like, file, you unlock something, basically. But I could never do it. I spent so long trying to do it, I never got it. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Anyway. But again, that'll be for today, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you around. Goodbye.